Morning, morning. Morning, Lynn. Were you in here right now? Welcome, welcome. We got audio. Welcome. Okay, good. All right. Okay. It ain't over. I hear a song in my head. Ain't anywhere near over. Nowhere. Six of you in there. How you guys doing? Eight. Good morning. Still morning. Coming up noon down there, I guess. Morning, Sarah. 11 of you in here. Okay. So what I thought I'd do is I go through the additions that they're continuing to put on to the website. Because, all we have left is the final report, right? They're slipping things in, documents. I just found that this morning. I'm pretty sure they take a document out, they slip it in. That's something on the side note, but I'll address it at a later point. So that the document count stays the same, and you're just like, oh, okay, yeah, nothing's been released. But I think we've talked about that a little bit before, but got some good proof today. Now, I wanted to go through all the additions, the Addenda and Aritea, and run through those. Yes, they're plural because, well, they're rife with them, including up into today. All right, good. 16 of you in here. I don't even know how long this will go. I guess we'll just see. I encourage people to get copies of all of these things right here, because I have a suspicion that they're changing day to day. Now, this one, let's see here. Oh, that's right. What day is it today? Oh, that's right. October 15th. The first one. Four to pick. Still writing the story. This is disturbing. This is beyond disturbing. I don't know if you caught the title screen I had. Morning, Nova Scotia born. Let's see here. We'll get to it. I want you to file this one away. It's very interesting to think about. Morning, Grandma. Oh, I like grandmas. Warms my soul. It's a rare time you'll catch me smiling, but Grandma will make me do it. Chris Lee. All right. This was my title screen this morning. I want you to think about this one before we get there. We'll get there because I'm going to go through them all. Published today. The following paragraphs are to be added Lisa Banfield, in her interview with the Mass Casualty Commission on April 11th, 7 months ago, Lisa Banfield said the perpetrator obtained a CSC jacket, the RCMP gray duty uniform shirt, dark blue pants with yellow stripe, and the Peerless handcuffs and key from John McLeod. Peerless handcuffs, by the way, I've run through in an earlier interview because there's contradictory evidence as to the handcuffs that they recovered. One said is Smith & Wesson, the other one, Peerless, down at Shubenacadie. You only have one set of handcuffs from the scrubby boy. Well, I found them in a pile of ash, even though the firefighters blew out everything underneath the car, according to witnesses. But I found them. Then they only have one maker. It's not Peerless and Smith & Wesson. No. Anyway, added to the interview. How do you add things to the interview 7 months later? 6 months. I apologize. Half a year later. How are you still adding information, but you can't add it to an interview unless you have partially released an interview? Excuse me? So you only get part of the interview. If you believe a word that comes out of these people's mouths, I don't know what to tell you. I don't know what help you can get. You can't believe these people at all. Adding to an interview. How does that work? Do you know people that add to your statement, to your sentences? How does that work exactly? Oh, and then don't worry about it. Subsequent paragraph numbering should be adjusted accordingly. Let's go back to the beginning. Ken, good morning. Trying new device this morning. Oh, God, stay away from the tech. Was kicked out and circled a lot. I think there was a lot of problems with when I was watching it on my end. I was watching the stream after the stream was, when the whatever sham commission 2.0 we've got going down there. When I was watching that, what you guys see, I was like, oh, that's not at all what I see. Something funny going on here. Pioneer, morning. So the MCC left things out of their own interviews, adding information to the interview, relatively pertinent information. So are we just writing as we go? Whatever you need, fill in the blank. Oh, this doesn't work. We'll just change that. No, that's called fiction. Fake. Not real. Dishonest. Lies. Maybe they just found it, like notes, DOJ finds under pillows on the last day. Oh, sorry about that. Hunchkin, hello. Okay. This is ripe dishonesty. All right, so we have the Porta-Pick document, of course, today. Now we're going to also have an update. Again, I would encourage people to encourage you to daily download these. Daily, the Addenda and Aritea, because they're changing, I believe, day to day. I'm going to go back and look at some of the old ones I have and compare them, because I think, yes, they definitely change day to day. Now, I wonder if I should pull one up. Let's go to the Porta-Pick document. 4 pages. You get a 1-page title. Now, the following documents will be tendered. Okay, sorry, what's the date on this one? My apologies. So this is October 15th, right? October 15th. Oh, but that was actually September. So just how many days? What do we have? Give me one moment. It's good to keep in mind, maybe just write it down in case you don't remember, because I don't remember exactly the last day of proceedings. Because they were just going to write the final report. Okay, so that was on the 23rd, was the last day. Hello, NS44. 23rd of September was the last day. Okay. All right, so no, don't worry. We'll just add some information. Basically, 3 to 4 weeks later, almost 4 weeks, 3.5 weeks. But you actually had the information in September. Now, I don't know if this is a running gig they got going. So it was the original addendum on the 14th, and then it just kind of adds, and we're now a month in to this one. I'm not sure. I'll have to go back and compare. This document is based on an analysis of materials available to the mass casualty as of September 14th. Further production and investigation are ongoing. But I thought it was done. I thought you were finished. That's what you sold everybody in the public. You lied to everyone. Disgusting. Moochkin, okay. Cindy, Countryside. Linda. In addition, foundational documents should be read, because their website's so friendly. People will start ranting and raving and screaming at some point about relativity. You don't have this crap website that they've got going over there. That's not the way that their website works. They have something called relativity. You can punch in a question, word, date, time, car, anything, and find out everything about it. Like that. Not sorting through thousands and thousands of documents, which again, where are we at in the document number? 65,000 documents. And they have released how many now? In the neighborhood of slightly over 4,000. 5,000, sorry, 5,000 and less than 5,500. Math, right? That's 7 to 8%, 8% of the document that they have. But they're finished. No, they're not. Nowhere near it. In addition to the foundational documents should be read and understood in light of, ask for relativity. No, don't ask for it. Demand it. Start pounding away on their tweeters, Facebooks. I want relativity and I want it now. All of it. In conjunction with hearing testimony received by the commission. The Portapique 1819 foundational document was exhibited February 28th, the mass casualty proceedings. One day when I have a lot more time and things are settled down, we're going to go through the addenda and the episodes and see what they've added that conflicts, because lots of it conflicts. Well, but this is our narrative. This is our story. Addendum. To add. The following documents will be tendered into evidence to supplement the existing record with respect to the events and information described in Portapique 1819 foundational document. The extraction of Peter Griffin's cell phone. Oh, not available. No, you can't see that. Right. Moving along. Photograph from Corey Ellison's cell phone. Okay. All right, we've got one picture, of course, in a PDF format. Oh, not available. Available. Like a picture ever looks like this. Look at the filter. Oh my Christ. Okay. Now, I will preface this by saying some of these links and COM numbers do work, but you have to manually put them in. Some of them don't. Some of that information isn't up. But sometimes when it has a COM number there, it just means you have to actually literally go to the foundational documents, scroll down, because this is the way they do it. Oh, no, they have relativity. That's right. And then enter it in the search bar. COM, such and such. Which one was that? We could try that and see. Okay, this one, COM 54. You see, this is just junk because it's just a. Is this a scan document? No. Okay. So 51415. All right. Let me see if I can get it. Yes, because I love scrolling. Scrolling. Anybody else really pissed off with their website and their documents? Because I have been for a long time. 51415. I'm tired of the downloading. Okay, so here it is here. Of course, it does work. They just give you a dead link on this one. So this is the screenshot picture. Okay. Now, I'm not going to probably go off on too many tangents unless they're blatantly obvious of conflicting information. I'm going to run through them. You've been pissed off with their website. Yes, you paid for that. I saw an article the other day where it was verified that we're over 46 million right now on this. I guarantee you 100% it is over 100 million. Easy. I don't use hyperbole. I'm a pretty serious guy. That's just me. Well, if you had relativity. I've gone on about it, but we'll try it again. Relativity software. Okay, this is what they're using. They're using Titan Share is another one they're using, so that they have all the videos and everything is really easy to find. Really easy. It's not scrolling and doing all this garbage, downloading and scanning and OCRing and highlighting. It's right there. It'll fast forward you right to the right paragraphs. It'll find the conflicts. It's AI. It's smart. It's handy. This is what they got. You paid for it. It's not what they got. You bought it. Good morning, Blue Nose. I don't know. I'm not commenting as to whether he did or didn't. I'm not saying that. What I'm saying is that why do you make a dead link? Why do we have this? Just give us this and give us all of it. None of this farting around. Okay, families are really getting screwed in the background. I'll tell you. Huge. I'm not going to go into it. Just take my word for it. You think you're getting screwed? Oh, it ain't nothing, baby. Okay. So I just want to, I want to make that perfectly clear that yes, some of the documents are there. The links don't work, or they give you a dead link. What kind of dolt gives you a dead link? What kind of dolt builds this website? Somebody who doesn't want you to find anything. The truth. Otherwise, they would, what? Oh, that's right. Disclose the 65 plus thousand documents. And I think that's lowball. That's lowball. Documents. I don't even know what has that much written on it before in history. Oh, probably World War II or something. But this is outrageous. There's less written on Stalin, I'll tell you, in the Stalin archives. Far less. Okay. Dean Dillman. Now, I already kind of went through Dean Dillman and Autumn stuff, and I'm pretty sure Paired had it in her submission. Completely, utterly, with, especially when you throw in some other information, and I've got more, that destroys the narrative that he got out at the time that they said that he did, 1048. Gone. Absolutely. Without a doubt. So we got the phone records of Dean Dillman. Of course, they, you know, I do actually respect the fact that they're giving you the privacy there on some of this stuff. We've got an affidavit. Have to head out. Rewatch later. Have a good day. Love to the 23. Thank you. Have a super day. Joseph Sadoun. We'll go through some of this. I don't know how long this will go. Maybe it'll be a multi-parter. I don't know. March 29th, wireless engineer Joseph Sadoun swore a report in an affidavit. Again, remembering affidavits are the probably pinnacle of legal evidence that they have introduced thus far. Why? Because it's under threat of perjury. These people could go to jail down the line. And when you put it on a piece of paper and people have a copy of it, well, that kind of is permanent. Joseph Sadoun swore in an affidavit location-based data extracted from cell phone of Lisa McCulley. It's an interesting read. I'm not going to get into it, but suffice it to say, it's interesting, but it's technical. And I don't necessarily concur with what it says. It says some things, but it's I think a bit cagey from my limited understanding of cell phones, which is not completely limited. Letter from Lori Ward to Rachel Young. Okay, so this is the fun stuff over at Attorney General, Justice Canada. To Rachel Young. Rachel Young, I believe, is one of the star players. So far I've read. There are two people that I really have respect for thus far. That would be Justice Cromwell and Rachel Young. These two people are pushing. They ask the right questions. Justice Cromwell in the background, he is really pushing for information. Unbelievable. He's firing off letters, and this guy's former Supreme Court justice. He knows what he's doing. And they're fun. Those of you who are legally geared and stuff, and just even not, watching the battle ensue with them it's unbelievable. And there are a lot of letters. And of course, we don't have access to very many of them. So, okay, read the TAV operator notes or reports. March 18th, Department of Justice Attorney General Counsel Lori Ward sent a letter confirming that, consistent with the expectations of his role, RCMP Tactical Armored Vehicle Operator. Okay, so that's is that Baird, I believe. Of course, they don't. Oh, sorry, it does say here. Calvin Baird made no notes. There is a class for this, by the way, that they take. It's called note-taking. Going to be tough to answer to that one. Did you take the note-taking course? Well, yes, I did. And you didn't take notes. Why? Oh, I don't know. Or is it that you had to turn them over and never saw them again? I'd say it's probably the latter, if we were to get it in an affidavit. Reports relation to the events. This letter, COM 53730, will be, as of September 14th, remember, concluding, what was the concluding date that we had there? It's the 23rd. So 9 days, it will be tendered. 9 days until the conclusion. The supposed public total farce, the lie that they have sold to the Canadian public. Well, we're done. We're just going to write a report. We're finished here. This is really bad, people. Really bad. Okay, copy. Let's have a look. Okay. So it's here. This is to confirm that there are no notes or reports. When was this dated? March. March. Why is it so difficult to tell us now? Couldn't you have told us in March? Or when you started putting all this shit out? Why did you have to hold it back? Corporal Baird, and he made no notes in relation to the events. Bullshit. Corporal Baird advises as TAV driver, he would not be making notes. Any information would be relayed to critical incident commander, who noted it by the scribe. The one scribe who's, I can't remember his name, he's missing. That scribe. The morning scribe, the evening morning scribe, is missing. We have the female who comes in much later. Okay, so it can't tell you that. I got to wait till September. Right. Okay. Oops. Where are we at? And then wait till September to draft the document, but don't tell you about the document until October 15th or be updating it. Again, I'm not sure what they're doing, is that they're putting more in as it goes. Download them. Mass Casualty Commission interview with Megan Netsky. Okay, this is about Emily's cell phone stuff. That's out. There's I'm not saying anything about particular people, but there's contradictory stuff with that I found. So I'm not saying it's about Megan Netsky. Maybe it's about the I'm trying to remember who the other person is. Anyway, no question seemingly to be asked about that. The interview with Bjorn. Okay, that was surfaced late, I think. Oh, this one. Do we get this one? I believe this one is out. Let's see. Oh. I don't know how long I'll be able to stand before I just don't like it, you know? Oh, okay. So there's an interview. It appears as though there's an interview with Bjorn, May 25th, 2022. I copied and pasted it. So I believe, and this is current as of today, that no, sorry. What? No document. Oops. Bjorn running around with shotgun. All kinds of questions going on over there. Again, not pointing any fingers. Many questions. Didn't want to do interviews. No, not really there. No testimony at MCC. No, I'd rather not. Okay. Why again are you withholding his interview? Okay. I guess that one's Mallory Colpitts, I believe. Have I run through some of Mallory's stuff? Yes, I have. Okay, I don't know if this is a different one. I believe it's the same one, so I will check, but okay. I've done that in an earlier video. It's all hearsay everywhere. Solvers. Howdy. It's not just hearsay, it's just total and utter fiction. Lies. Like, you got to use the heavy language. These people are blatantly dishonest, immoral. All right. The mass casualty supplementary report, meteorological, 1819, June 11th. June 11th. This was drafted. Okay. Now, I could search and find out when these documents were released. And often, I mean, I do. I was looking at something today because I'm crazy like that. I like to download. I've been a little lazy, though, I will confess, as of late. So, say on this document that I'm looking at, the first time that I downloaded it, not because of the lazy factor, but it gives me a rough sense of when the first time the document was released. September 28th is the earliest copy I have of this document. Not the one that I'm showing on the screen, but if you download all the time, yes, it takes time. Yes, it takes up hard drive space. Get an external hard drive. I got some big one sitting around here. I have a few hard drives. Then you have any documents that they go through and kind of use a little whiteout, which I think may be happening. And B, you have when the document first came out, so you have an idea what they're holding back, etc. Corrupt to the core. Yes. Okay, so this was June 11th. Not sure when this actual document was released. I mean, I guess I could find out. Let me see. So this is the weather. The weather in Portapique that night. They did not check that until June 11th, 2022. When did they first tell you? Let's see. This will take a while because I have a few hard drives on my computer. And I keep information in different places. I suspect this is going to be a September 28th. Plenty for us to scrutinize. Yeah. And these people think it's funny. Like, that's the sad thing. They teach their children, our society, themselves. Clearly, they delude themselves into honesty. They are deluded. Not they are teaching themselves. They are deluded to believe that they are honest, moral people looking out for society. They're not. Other people use certain words. I don't. They're heavy words, so I try not to use them. There's something that's 4 letters, begins with E. Okay, so the first copy that's popping up on my screen right now is July 21st. Okay, so actually that's pretty good. That's pretty good. Now, why is it then that they're saying interesting. Let's see. On June 11th, Luzzo prepared a supplementary report. It will be tendered into evidence. Interesting. Okay, so either this is an amalgamation of information, which is possible, of different things that they've been releasing the entire time through, or there's been some kind of an alteration to the file. Interesting. I'm only coming up with one copy. I should come up with like 30, 40 different copies. Probably hasn't hit that hard or those hard drives yet. Still plugging away. I'd like some eye surgery, I think, and a new computer when this is done. They've destroyed all of my tech. I'll be right back. Okay, so while that's running away, we'll look at the temperatures because they're good because we were always, wondering about the temperatures, right? It wasn't that it was like +1 or 2. It was a little colder than that. Of course, that was why Colford had to get in her car multiple times to warm up. That is why Dion Sutton wore extra layers, I believe it was. Arc'teryx toque. Okay, so here you have, of course, my blindness, can't really see. Here we go. Temperature. -3, -4, -5, approaching -6. The person who wears very little clothing in this would be beyond hypothermic. They would have deep hypothermia. Still only coming up with one hit. Not sure why that is. I should have many copies. So maybe they put it out at one point in time and pulled it down. That would be my only explanation behind that, because there should be many copies of this. All right. We'll just let that run away in the background. Okay, so it's very, very cold. No, having a hard time with this one. Having a real hard time with this one. Okay. I can't remember who it was that said that first. It'll be in one of those early videos. It'll either be Adrian. I would suspect it's either Adrian or myself. That was like right away. The clothes. Hello, this person is going to be very, very cold. And receipts. I like receipts. Dates. Then you can prove who found it first or whatever, right? There's an interesting timeline behind all that. All right, now let's go to the next one. Screenshot Joanne. Supplementary report regarding Lisa Banfield's cell phone records. All right. that's probably some stuff in of itself, and we're not really going to go through that. So this will be tendered as of September 14th into evidence. Will be, okay, so the link is dead. I believe this report will be tendered and not yet tendered a report, yet referenced, not yet tendered underlying data, not yet tendered referenced in a report. Okay, so let's just check and see. I'm pretty sure the one report is out. Okay, so the link is dead. I like to do this. This is fun. And it's referenced here. Completed VoIP call, voice over internet protocol. So if they're using voice over internet protocol, this raises a question of why is there Bell Alliant bills in excess of $1,100 every month up until April. Absolutely absurd, the cost of these people's phone bill. If it's VoIP, they're not getting long distance charges. And of course, Wortman was using a TELUS phone. She's using a TELUS phone, I believe. So what are we into Bell Alliant for every month? Because he only has 2 properties, right? Two places probably with cable. Okay. Now, that probably would. I don't believe I read the VoIP document. Completed VoIP calls. 52 megabytes. VoIP. 2838. Okay. And yes, that was there. Surprise? No, not me. Anyway, moving along. So if these are, there's no record, of course, of the silly claim. So far, I haven't seen anything to discount that. In fact, I haven't seen a lot to substantiate. Just kind of was out there early on about the FBI's verification of the supposed FaceTime call, the call that set this all off. Features, I'm my recommendation lineups. I don't follow. Okay, so we go back to 2019. You know, why you can't pull certain people's phone records to do this. Anyway, moving along. Okay. A screenshot was provided. Okay, so this is for Joanne Thomas. Okay, and I know somebody in here and I were discussing this. Very good eyes. Now, okay, obviously the information is redacted. I do think it's personal. I believe this is to her daughter in New Mexico. And the time discrepancy is because it's in New Mexico time. So it's from her cell phone. Don't know whatever happened to Joanne Thomas's cell phone. And where's the celebrate? Oh, I'm in the recommend. That's nice. I know I'm on the shit list, but that's nothing new. Now, I think that's 20, probably 20, for sure 2017. I was already in the hole by that point. Eritam. Okay, so these are errors, eritam, Latin, right? The following errors, Portapig document, have come to the attention. Paragraph 4, time of death. Based on cell phone information records, witness records, Miss McCauley died between 10:13, 10:16. Again, on this one, I will touch on because they have the fit. What is it called? She has a watch that's connected to her cell phone and that also independently operates, I believe, uploading information to the cloud as to her exact GPS location and also her heart rate. Discussed that before here. So you'd know exactly when she died. You'd also know her GPS movements because, what was it? Something to do with the cell phone records are really, it's wonky because, I don't know. Either it was under her leg or get out of here. Such utter shit. And it can't measure it exactly. That was something from I think that was from Wireless Man in his affidavit. You have to have an app open or something. Like, hello, there are so many apps open on people's phones running on the background. You can never shut them down. So, of course, it will give you an exact GPS location all the time. If you want to say you have to have an app open, okay, fair. There's always apps open. They could also get a text from cell phone provider. Yep. It's not the Fitbit on Lisa McCauley's end. It is something Master, Life Master, or something. Life Master. I think it's Life Master 35, or I think it's Life Master. Garmin. Was it Forerunner? Yes, I think it's Forerunner 35 that she has, which measures your heart rate. Oh, cardio. Funny. But we can't tell you exactly when she died. Believe that? Oh, no. Sorry, I don't. Sorry about your stuff. And it was connected. It says right in the document. Moving along. Likely encountered the perpetrator was... Okay, so they're just shitting with you here. Don't believe that at all. Though they have released a little bit more of her Celebrate records, which is interesting to note, because they're paring that back. Of course, because you want to investigate Lisa McCauley's relationship with Gabriel Worm, because they had a relationship of some ilk for years. It would be beneficial, but no. But they have released a little bit more of the Celebrate records, and yes, it was Garmin, right? Well, I think I've already shown that, right? I just closed that window. The records have been released in part, very, very paired. I showed clips of a video. I'd like to put it up, but it's not mine, so I am concerned about, and I think those people are pretty big on copyright. But I could show you pieces of it, and it's very good. It's testimony from a forensic, technical forensic, digital forensic expert. I can't remember what police department he's with down in the United States in a murder trial, and he's going through Celebrate records and explaining Celebrate to the jury. And he does a good job because they don't like to talk about Celebrate really that much, but he does. I think it's about an hour on how Celebrate works, and it's huge. The amount of information that your phone keeps, people would be utterly amazed at everything that's being tracked. Like everything. Like, say, something simple, right? You just tilt the phone. Oh, that makes a record of that. Just even moving it. And I'm not talking GPS. I'm talking like the tilt of the phone, the angle of the phone. It keeps track of everything. And you can't really delete it. People do try, but a lot of it can be recovered with Celebrate. It's like hard drives. Remember, Indo and his hard drives, finds them in garages, whatever, from garage sales. Okay. All right, let's move along here. Paragraph 6, time of death. Joanne Thomas and John Zoll died in their home. Were murdered, would be more precise, in their home, Portapique. I know they're just trying to snow everybody and get everybody. Oh, no, it's not that big of a deal. Murder! Mass murder in their homes. Portapique, sometime between 1027 and 1040, April 18th, 2020. This now should read, Joanne Thomas and John Zoll died in their home. Shouldn't ever read that. Should read murdered in their home, Portapique Beach, sometime between 1026 on sometime after. Okay, so oh, well, what's that? That's not really that big. Actually, that's big. Because they're not giving you they've removed this part. So the timeline. Got to read between the lines. The timeline. Okay? 1026, sometime. We don't know when. I would suspect, it's because 1040 he's not leaving at 1048. They don't want to get stuck in the stew. I maybe should have done a different video before this, but anyway, moving along. Image, paragraph 50, image label. In the image under paragraph 29, for a label for brown loop is erroneously included near the intersection of Orchard Beach and Cobequid Court. You'd think you'd know. Brown loop here. I don't know. And again, these are things that are worth. It's just like those little gray on those foundational reports, things that are in gray. Very interesting. I was talking to an ex-member who I would say is extremely in their capacity, had to be very specific about their details. And they were laughing, and they were saying, well, they're not the most humorous, but kind of. And they said, I want to let you know one thing, Seamus. You are really anal about detail. I'm like, okay. Now, if you can't get figured out where Cobequid Court and Orchard Beach is, it's over here. Okay, that's the intersection there. Brown Loop, way up here. Okay, that's a fair distance. Yet we have people who apparently don't know this stuff. Or so they say. I don't know. Bare minimum, we're talking about a 1.3 kilometers roughly. Okay. Or is it something else? I don't know. Paragraph 50. Could look at the specific document. Probably worth looking at just to make sure. Okay, so paragraph 50. I appreciate them telling the errors rather than using the whiteout and trying to play funny games on that. Like, even that would be even more subversive, I would say. Okay. So the paragraph, what was it? Paragraph, sorry. Did I say it was 40 or 50? I can't remember. Paragraph 50. Okay. Okay. So, oh, so they have brown loop labeled down here. Huh? Brown loop is like off the map. I don't know who's doing what over there. I guess they're having finger sandwiches and probably hanging out with the DOC beer bus. It's her daughter. I believe. I'm fairly certain. I think I was able to trace that. Okay, now, paragraph 10 and 70, age error. Paragraphs 10 and 70, the age of the minor witness, referred to as AE, is erroneously given as 9 years old. AE was actually 10 years old. Okay. And then we have a misspelling for should be Jerry Murphy. Okay. So that one's kind of probably nothing. All right, now let's go to the next one. First responders. Okay, so again, I don't know how often they are updating. I'd have to look on my computer and see, but still updated today. Okay, 4 pages less cover page. This is as of June 28th. They're saying that the ongoing investigation, which I can assure you, doesn't matter what they're saying because it is still ongoing as of today. All of it. All of it. Trust me. Take my word. I just know that all of it is under investigation. It's so going on, it's not even funny. Further production investigation is ongoing, blah, blah, blah. Okay. First responder actions. When was this drafted? June 28th. Okay. So start getting errors right away. First responder actions, board document exhibited March 1st at proceedings. Okay. Addendum. The following addenda. All right. Well, I won't be picky. All right. Now, the following documents will be tendered into evidence to supplement the existing records with respect to the foundational documents of first responder actions in Portapique. Revised Colchester transcript. Okay. Now, this is, they say, to reflect the daylight time. I believe that there is a difference in lines. I have not done a full comparison on them yet because obviously it's a few pages. But they've now decided, well, you know, they're going to update or they're going to adjust it for the time. Do remember that I believe it was her name is eluding me right now. Why is it always seem to have difficulty. Kyla Lonsbury. There we go. Not bad. Kyla Lonsbury. Hoyt, investigator out of BC, E Division, did a video about that, and her partner, Kevin McLaughlin, Sergeant, Cortez Island. YouTube deleted that video immediately. One of the hosts, but that one was, they didn't like specifically. I may have it somewhere. Now, Kyla was waiting on the transcripts, Hoyt investigator, so she's doing the internal occupation from the RCMP occupational hazard investigation. Only other time I've ever seen it used is Moncton. It's ad hoc or unit. Now, Kyla was waiting for the transcripts, the Colchester transcripts. And so from Ottawa, the original ones. And she transcribed her own. That would be quite a bit of work. And she did her own, and there seems to be reflective in the CERT documents that there was a different. She had some questions and some differences that she noted, and she was told, listen, just go with the one from Ottawa. Pretty sure about that, yeah. 99%. I wish I had the citation here to bring up, but anyway, so I would say that there's some more, and you know, if you take something like Mark Rose swore he spoke to the perpetrator. He definitely spoke to somebody. Spoke to the perpetrator using Heidi Stevenson's radio. Okay. That doesn't appear. So I would say that these are heavily redacted and removed. Anything that may be questionable. Okay. That would be, it's an opinion, but I think it's well-founded. There's some other people that have difficulties with what they read because they don't actually hear. They don't play back for themselves, their own audio. They read it. And there's members who are like, well, I know you, like Colford example. Colford in her affidavit swears, I don't ever remember saying that. Or you get Bernard, who's like, I've said this many times. If you go through and compare what they said in the radio, on the radio, Peterson, Gibson's another one. There's many of them that don't align with these. So would I say that this is adjusted for Atlantic time only? No. If I had to put my money on something, I would say that this does not keep. It's 100% copy, and it's just 1 hour difference. No, I would say that there's probably some differences. Could be even the most minor thing. Maybe just a word. Yes, there are word differences. Somewhere I've got that document. Anyways, moving along. Okay. Oh, shit. I closed the window I wanted. I don't want to stall out here. Okay. So that's item 1. Item 2, ESDC statement of Vicki Colford. Very interesting statement. ESDC is the other another parallel investigation that's going on. You have Hoyt, you have, of course, the MCC, and you have ESDC. ESDC is the labor investigation, Labor Canada, basically, unsafe work practices, etc. External of the RCMP, if you want to say that. There's some crossovers between ESDC and RCMP, public safety ESDC, that I've shown before. Now, this is a good statement. I've reviewed some passages in it here before. It keeps pace with her affidavit, I would say. Okay, questions to mass casualty. March 9th. This statement, by the way, was not released until after or pretty close to the end of mass casualty. And the ESDC investigation, I'm still waiting for one. Apparently, there's another officer who granted permission. There's only Gibson and Colford out for the ESDC investigations. But there is another one. 3, I think they conducted at least 4. I would suspect far more, because obviously they would have to conduct on Brown and Melanson, because that would be major basis of their investigation. So there'd be a lot. But I know that they said that there was 3. I know of an interview with Morrison, because who are they speaking to? I think it's Gibson, and they say they refer to Morrison in there, and they said, "Oh, we spoke to him the other day." So there's an interview, ESDC interview, still outstanding from Morrison. Whether he granted permission, there is no such thing as granting permission. These people are out of their minds if they're trying to snow people into thinking that you can grant permission. Fuck you. It's mine. I want my underwear back. All of it. I want all 65,000+ documents. All the videos, everything. Okay, now, Colford questions Mass Casualty Commission, March 9th, 2022. Colford provided a response to written questions. Mass casualty with response. Okay, so actually, let's just do this as for fun. I'll show you. They're just releasing shit so late in the game. I know ESDC investigation. Oh, here we go. I did get a raft of them. See? I have a few. Okay. Now, let's try that. So I have September 4th release date on that, and we'll just leave that running in the background. Okay. Now, but this is why it's interesting. You can follow the timeline, and they do release things such as it's not just release. Like, they'll have somebody who, I want to explain this properly. they'll have witnesses on. Who is it? And they won't have conducted the interview with somebody that will have very pertinent information that they could have asked the witness that they actually have, that, they sit there and ask their phony questions to, that run through the cleaner. But they don't have access to the information yet because they don't have the interview. And then they will give them the interview after they're gone. So you can't ask them. Oh. Melanie Lowe. Okay, Melanie Lowe. This all opens up a whole can of whoop ass. This is part of the 1048 escape. Fail. Melanie Lowe helps with that one. Kind of like Dion Sutton. Because Melanie Lowe and her partner, is it Melanie Lowe? Sorry, one moment. I think it was Melanie Lowe. Jeff, who's scrubbed out of the Colchester. Picto logs. Right. Okay. Okay. Sorry. Something else is clicking. Ambulance driver. Is it Melanie Lowe? One moment. The supplementary report on EHS GPS. Well, of course, because, actually, they have released the GPS for the different buses, which do tell an interesting thing, but the first 198 pages of it is completely illegible. Very interesting how they printed that off. Analysis of the emergency health services, Medic 86. This bus, sorry, it's Emily McLeod and Brian. My apologies. This bus destroys. It's another piece to the Blueberry Field Road video that I did the other day. This is just an ongoing saga, this fucking Blueberry Field bunk. They saw a car pass them, a marked RCMP car, driving away from Portapique at the wrong time. So how does that work? I'm not sure if they're going to state it in here. You have to kind of piece little pieces together. 1026. Okay. Would be here. Because they were stopped out in front of the Wilson's gas station. Between 1028 and 1031, there was an RCMP car that drove by them. Of course, they didn't furnish the Wilson gas station video for that. And if you have a car driving by at that time, what does it do to the people on Station Road? Now the narrative just goes. The 1048, gone. You have Dion Sutton. You have Brian and McLeod. Wrong times. And Dion Sutton's time is different than Brian and McLeod's. So that means you've got two cars. Oh, going away. Okay. Anyways, I was mistaken, so please forgive me. I do have to try and remember a little bit. So, okay, Lowe and O'Coin. Okay, I think they were driving the kids. Affidavit of Donnelly Williston. She has an interesting statement in there. Okay, that's I'm sure there's far more. Actually, two. One would be that I can think of, at least off the top of my head. One would be the fact that they used pros to contact people rather than the, I don't know, reverse directory kind of thing that they've got over there in the Glenn's giant word Glenn, and Rodier in the OCC and 911 center. They used pros, which is the reporting occurrence system, police reporting occurrence system. Pros is kind of, you have contact with the police. That's how you get in the pros. And so then they keep a database of all of your contact information, those kinds of things, the event, etc., etc. Why would you use pros to contact people in Portapique? If you use pros, the interesting thing is, please take note of this one. Emily had contact with the RCMP according to Forrest, and I do know this firsthand. Or, well, I guess it's not firsthand, secondhand, but I do know that it is true. Emily had contact with Forrest, not for nothing bad. And Forrest was down in Portapique at 41 Cobequid before. If you read his interview, he'll talk about that. He just briefly mentions it. They don't, of course, ask him anything relevant about his time on the 19th in Portapique, which I can't understand why. Well, I do. But you're not trying to get the truth. That's what it is. But Emily had contact with Forrest. Therefore, I heavily suspect, she's in pros because he contacted her by phone. Emily's cell phone just doesn't work. It could be the problem with the port, which, again, give me the phone, I'll fix it. Things you regret in your life. Anyway, so is that why there's an issue with Emily's phone? Because the RCMP contacted her? Think about that for a moment. Remember, Cobequid didn't get discovered until 446, or so they say. If they were using pros, as according to Donnelly Williston, then did they contact Emily? Because she's in pros. Interesting to note. Okay, and the other thing that we know of Donnelly Williston is Donnelly Williston. I don't know if I have that handy. Probably not. Oh, yes. 2 becomes 1. Very interesting math that we've got going on there. Okay. Okay. Donnelly Williston. There was a 911 phone call to from Lisa McCauley that they've never released. And Donnelly Williston spoke of it. What she refers to her as the other lady, I believe, from Portapique who phoned. It's on the phone with 911. Okay. Where's that 911 phone call? Affidavit of Chris Grund. Chris Grund's affidavit backs up Vicki Colford's affidavit, where she says, I don't remember making, again, swearing under threat of perjury. She doesn't remember ever speaking about the Blueberry Field, doesn't remember hearing about it, doesn't remember speaking about it. On the Colchester locks. I believe somewhere, it's maybe not her, that refers to, well, I see it here and I understand. It may be her in one of her interviews or questions. Sorry, I have to do a lot of things by memory, but saying I know that I read that, but I don't recall that. But irrespective, she definitely swears by the fact that she doesn't ever remember being told about the Blueberry Field Road, and she doesn't remember making the call. And I believe that's stated at least twice in her affidavit. Chris Grund equally swears. Again, how many affidavits do you have? Not many. But he says, I don't remember ever hearing about it on the radio. That doesn't mean it didn't happen, is kind of the way he says it. Doesn't mean it doesn't happen, like I was really busy and stuff, blah, blah, blah. But I don't remember it. So you have two people who say that. Very interesting. Eritrean. Image label under paragraph 29, brown loop, erroneously labeled. Okay, so we have the same thing over there. GPS citation. GPS citation data, Natasha Jameson, contained a typographical error as to the COM number. It should it's missing an M. Okay. Jerry Murphy prefers to be spelled with a J. Time of broadcast, paragraph 127. Time, Adam, is it Merchant? Given as 10:45:11. This broadcast was made at 11:45:11. Okay, so here we go with the time things. This part has never sat well with me. Colchester doesn't operate on Eastern Standard Time. It operates on Atlantic Standard Time. They want to say it's because it's transcribed in Ontario. I don't see how that would make any fucking difference where you transcribed it. And where were the other ones transcribed? Because if they were transcribed in Ontario too, shouldn't they all be on Eastern Standard? No, seems like only Colchester. Okay, paragraph 131. Paragraph 131, citation of Constable Neil should read Constable B. Neil. Okay, is there more than one Neil? I don't understand. Is there a problem? Maybe just to differentiate the fact that it's not his first name. Not sure. Statement citation, paragraph, A. Basalt should read S. Basalt. Okay, could just be an error, I guess. EHS staged in Great Village, paragraph 164, M90. Okay. Assigned to stage at Great Village Fire Hall. In fact, it was assigned to the Great Village area. Of course, ambulances weren't allowed. When they tried to walk into, put armed guards on the door. Keep those damn people out. That makes a lot of sense. The command center. You don't want any ambulance people. Screams up. Okay. Label figure 20, northernmost 200 Portapique should read 33 Portapique Beach Road. Who's doing the labeling over here? I'm not. Let's move along. Wow. Okay. 33, is that Harlem? Okay, I don't know. Containment points in and around Portapique. Oh, okay. So they're updating again today. All right. Let's have a look at that. 2 pages. Containment points in and around Portapique. This is as of June 30th. They say that they're still investigating. Okay. Okay, so we have the documents tendered will exist the following: GPS data of Josh Dubois. Okay, so there you go. There's Josh Dubois and handwritten notes of Justin Buggy. Now, I know this one was added very recently. And Justin Buggy is, I'm going to grab a coffee. I'll be right back. Okay. Coffee machine is loudly brewing away there. Hey, Tara. Donnelly Wilston just had a coworker move to BC with Donnelly, didn't she? I don't know. BS. People have said things have started way before 10. Yes, this is a couple of places I've heard this. I can't really verify. So, what can you verify though? I don't know. Okay, Justin Buggy's notes. Have I run through that here yet? I believe I did, right? Justin Buggy is out of commission. I don't know what's going on with him. There's actually a task ID. Hopefully he's okay, as in this part, he's got some stuff in here that's very interesting. 412, Aaron Tuck, Rod Peterson, irrelevant. Oh, okay. So I thought it was Rod, Corporal Jarrett McDonald. But Corporal Jarrett McDonald doesn't go down till 446, who's apparently the first person. Aaron Tuck, Rod Peterson. There is no record of anything on the Colchester afternoon logs of Rod Peterson talking to anybody. And he says he believes that he phoned. Okay, so did he phone Jarrett or did he phone Justin? Not sure. This is throwing a question mark into things for me. But then we have 435 moved to 46 Cobequid. Oh, well, that's 11 minutes prior to the first discovery. At move to 46. So your entry before is Aaron Tuck, Rod Peterson, blank. Move to 46 Cobequid. But that's before anybody goes there. That's before Jarrett goes there. What this? What is this? Sitting at 41, sitting at entrance to 41, 45, 46. Justin Buggy is in the Colchester radio logs. And they kind of make it sound like, oh, he got the wrong address because he said 45. Remember 45? 45 comes up a bunch of places. And they try and make it sound like, well, in the radio logs, oh, well, oops, I meant 46. Oh, but that's, I meant 41. But that's not the thing, because his notes indicate he knows the fucking addresses. 41, 45, 46. Subsequent calls. Let me pull up the Colchester logs. I don't know if I explain things well. Often fear I don't. Oh, are you having problems again with your new device? Ken? Okay, so if we go here, we get the first call out from Jared. Jared, who dropped a fairly big shell on Rodier. Yeah. Shut her down, Rodier. Don't go in that Cobequid. Okay. That's a big problem. I shouldn't, gloss over it. Huge problem. Rod Peterson is that the inaudible guy. Okay, so he's talking about here, just doing an inquiry down here, 46, deceased male inside the door. I believe it's new, is that inaudible guy I was inquiring about a while ago. No, I'm just at 46, the 41 you're inquiring about. Okay, so I guess it's either Jarrett and Justin know about it together or something. I don't quite follow yet. I'm just going to do that now. 46 Cobb-Quid, okay. We got Brad Wood in there. Now, here we go. Take note of the, oh, that just has his car number. Okay, so you actually have to go over to the morning logs for Justin Buggy, because Justin Buggy's personal radio is the call sign that will be used later on here. That's Carol. Okay, somebody inquiring about 41. Do you have types of calls? Okay, this stuff here is because Rodney Peterson, there's something removed here, I'm pretty sure. In fact, Jarrett says so in his interview. Because Rodier shut it down. Came over the radio and said, don't go anywhere. Don't do anything, basically, on Cobb-Quid. He's like, I'm going to go and check for how. No, don't do that. Inspector? No, well, I need to go and do that. No, you got to wait for MCU. Waited a long time. Wait a long time. Been through that before. Not going to go review it again. Now, here's Buggy. Buggy's coming down. Okay, 454, it says. Again, how does that line up with his notes? 454, moving down. He's not moving down from the top of the road. Corporal McDonald met you at the house before. Jared, okay, blah, blah, blah. Meet you right next door, the house where they're looking at. Okay. Right. Everybody knows the layout of down there. Brad Wood's phone number. Brad's going to come in. Here. RTU, personal 3. This is Justin Buggy. Dispatch. Constable Forrest and I are down here on Cobb-Quid Court, and we can confirm there are at least 2 more bodies inside 45. Looks like 3. What time? 5:30. Okay, so if you go to his notes, hold on one moment. Okay. Why can't I do it like that? Okay, well, we'll do it like this, I guess. 5:30. But at 5:06, he knows all of the addresses. It's not like he fucks it up. 41, 45, and 46. You can further look at Forrest's stuff. Check 45. Do you follow? They go to 45. Two, and they're inside. 3 inside. Possibly 3 inside. Okay. Yesterday's problems. Oh, yesterday's problems. Okay. Did the Justin Buggy thing make sense? If it did, please let me know. Then I'll move along. Because it's a pretty big point. Speaking of that, I don't know if I've mentioned yet, but if you go to Tara's oral submissions, they do a very interesting thing. I think I did speak to this already, but we'll just have a look at it again. Oh, you okay? So Peter gets it. I want to make sure I'm not doing a poor job explaining. Okay, 71. So this was her oral submissions, right? One that kind of the media once again tried to throw her under the mat. Forget about her, everybody. Okay. Now, if you scroll down, oh, all the addresses on Cobequid are redacted. I think I'm pretty sure I've discussed this before. Haven't I? Oh, Nikki says she doesn't know about it. Okay. This was pointed out to me by O'Dear. And if you redact all of these, first of all, this is all cited from documents. Okay. There's even got the COM numbers in here. And in the documents, it's not redacted. But it completely removes the what Tara was communicating. It just becomes garbled mess because you don't understand what she's talking about, because she's talking about 3 different addresses. So to somebody who is, let's just say, they're not as up to speed on how things are going, they look at that and they're like, well, whatever, I don't know what the hell that person's talking about. Not only does it look bad, but equally, I would say it's because Cobequid is such a fucking mess that things are moving around and things are changing. Just look at Bent's notes before he appears at the MCC, June 21st. June 21st, June 20th, I think they reissued his notes that had been out since April, which said the location of bodies. Oh, no, can't talk about that, can't have that. But remember what Josh asked him. Mr. Bryson asked him, right? Well, there seems to be some moving body stuff. 41 also looks like it has some problems. And 45, well, it sounds like there may be more bodies. Okay, not to digress too much. I don't know. All I can say is that there are threads on this one. I feel like, because obviously there are literally thousands and tens of thousands of issues. Quite literally. But there are certain ones, if you pull on them, and Cobequid is one big problem. They don't want anybody knowing anything about Cobequid. That's why over 6,000 lines of 911, Colchester logs. Oh, yet you had it on your evac board at 2:50 in the morning. You're still talking about it at 5 something in the morning. And nothing happens after the solitary gunshot at 4 something in the morning. Where do you think he's dead? Don't you think it would be a good time to go down to Cobequid? No, let's wait 12 hours. And then as soon as somebody does, because of an inadvertent phone call by certain someone, this one, well, then Rodier's got to come in and shut it down. Don't go anywhere until MCU comes along, please. Why? Says Jared. MCU deals with dead bodies. I need to check these homes to see. No, you wait. Oh, and it's not in the afternoon Colchester logs. Yeah. Okay. Must be one of those things they edited out. Moving along. Overnight in Debert. Oh, okay. We got another one. Because they're finished, right? 3 pages. 1 cover. This is as of June 30th. Whatever. I guess they don't update it. Because it should read as of October 15th. It's still ongoing. I don't know. Maybe they just want to look good. All right. So the following tendered into evidence. Valerie Smith. Valerie Smith in relation to her observations. Valerie Smith, I believe, is Station Road. Is that right? Oh, okay. So we're going to have to do the dead link thing again. Okay. I have a finger like my grandma. So mine will be going. What? Oops. What was it? Maybe they're not showing it. 54252. 252. Oh, okay. Right. Okay. Well, you can wait for that. Of course, you don't need to see it. I think Valerie Smith is Station Road. Maybe it's just because they referred to her. Matthew McGilvery. McGilvery? I hope. That's bad. That's really bad. I should know the pronunciation. Will be tendered into evidence. Okay, so this is March 16th. Still not out. Okay. Let's see. Is his out? I believe he's also referred to. I'm going by Burrell's presentation, I believe. They refer to both of these people. Yeah, Station Road. And that stuff doesn't really work well, but I won't get into all that. Now, because we're back into possibly other cars coming away from Portapique. Mark Blinn. I don't know this statement. I'm familiar with Mark Blinn, but I don't know Mark Blinn's statement. His father. Okay, so this is questions questions for Blinn and Cheeseman. Okay, so this is going to be doing about cars. Maybe I have read this. Describe your route. Yes, okay. I think this was stuff to do with the cars, right? Clear and calm. Right, the suspect vehicle may have seen, couldn't tell you really was the answer, I think. Like I stated, I was not looking for suspect vehicle, as everyone still thought he was in Port-a-Pic and had not departed the area. Perpetrator, this is all getting really funky. Can't say a name. On purpose. Do you rely on MWS for vehicle? My team is dispatched. GPS mapping other members to assist. I relied on mapping on the MWS, as I have never been to Port-a-Pic. Do you recall passing any vehicles? I do not recall passing any other vehicles. Specifically, did you observe any RCMP cars? I do not recall passing any other RCMP vehicles. However, yes, I have read this. However, if I did, I might not have thought of anything of it, as members were still driving to Port-a-Pic, and they possibly could have been told something by a supervisor that they were acting on. Oh. Well, that's kind of open-ended. It's not a no, and it's not a yes. It definitely leaves doubt. Okay. I don't think there's anything else. Yeah, that's right. Okay, now here we go with the Emily McLeod, Jesse Bryan part here. There was another piece there, interview, that I found very interesting, but I won't touch on that. So that really throws the whole Blueberry field. It's just another piece to trash the 1048 escape story. Supplementary report stuff. Now, they have issued 3 of the 4 of these, I believe. Okay, so that one's not working. I believe it works out to be 2 of the links don't work, but then you can actually find it. Okay, so this is what I'm talking about when I was talking earlier. Oh, wait, sorry, this isn't it. This is the supplementary report that I spoke of earlier, where they're out in front of the Wilson's gas station, and they see another vehicle that passes them. Okay. That causes a problem for the whole narrative of the 1048 escape. Leaving that aside for now. 58877. Okay, so this is them sitting in front of the Wilsons. Of course, they had to superimpose that time in that phony superimposed stuff. They couldn't even get the font right when they did that. Fucking idiots. And then they have to do a supplementary report because I shit all over them. Listen, all you had to do was show the metadata before. And in fact, you can just show all of the tape. All of it. For the entire night. And we'll see all the cars zipping by. And of course, you're going to see all of the lights and shit bouncing all over the place because the fire station's right next door. Don't want to show you that. Maybe there's more than one car exiting Port Pick? Because, well, you've got Brian, you've got Dion Sutton, that's a different time. I believe Station Road may, in fact, be a third one. Odd. Okay. Do people pick up what I laid out? Just I shit on people. It's very soft. Was it somebody says, a family member says to me, no, Seamus, you have to stop breadcrumb people. Give them the loaf of bread. I'm like, well, but I do. What the fuck do you want me to do? Now, 6146446 61446 61466. Okay, so there we go. That's one. Doesn't work. Unless I mistyped it. 61446. Sorry, 61466. No. Okay, so you don't need to see that, even though the June 30th, and they've updated it. No, as of today. No, don't need to see it. I believe that would be the specific GPS logs for M90. Is this M90? It's to 61466. Oh, okay. The surveillance video. Right, because they don't want to show you that. From the Wilsons. The video. The video of the car going by while there's an ambulance there. Sorry? What? Oh, Blueberry Field? Garbage! I proved it months ago. Okay, GPD coordinates. Now, this is the this you cannot. I don't know. Maybe your eyes are better than mine. So, which actually is a guarantee. Can I get this to work? No, of course not. There we go. This is the EHS buses now. GPS, which is all rather interesting, funnily enough. Two. This will take a little bit to open. 617 megabytes. But the first, what is it? Is it the first 198 or first 98 pages? Can't remember which. Or in that neighborhood, 96. Completely. Oh, that looks. Oh, but turn it up. Oh, okay. Sorry. I will. There we go. Oh. Huh. Yeah. Okay. You made the file 808 pages. You think he'd give me, you could make it 1,000, 2,000 pages, for fuck's sake. Make it something that people can read. No, don't do that. Oh, there we go. So it's 90. I wasn't sure. Oh, it's not 96. 92. 94. 94 pages of crap. Great. Thanks for coming out. Some other things there, but let's not deal with that today. Now, Eritam. Paragraph 14, video citation. Paragraph 14, COM number 1108. Instead of typographical error, instead of COM 10031, citation should read 10029. Why? Are they doing some fun stuff again? Don't know. Did you change it out for something else? So this is for the morning. Yeah. You see, if the blueberry field is out, then the evening video is out. All right. Moving along. Hunter Road. Oh, okay. Eritam at Addenda. All right. 2 pages. 2 pages. Section 1. June 30th. It is still ongoing as of June 30th. Bullshit. We'll see that later. The following documents tendered into evidence, supplement, blah, blah, blah. Mass casualty interview of Darren Thurier. Oh, okay. That's a good one. Darren, of course, is up on Hunter Road. Copy. Let's just try that. Okay, so Darren's interview is here. March 31st. Don't know why you got to wait so long, but whatever. Yeah, well, maybe. I don't know. Not going to say anything. Lisa Owen. Surveillance video. Okay. Now, there is some difficulties with video down on Hunter Road being lost. So this is 6:30 in the morning, I think. And of course, you can tell exactly whose car that is. Doesn't Dave Lilly live in the area? I believe he said he was driving his truck, but how do you know? Can you tell? Or could that be that, what is it? 16B, whatever. Looks like it has its headlights on, funnily enough. Interesting. Is the time accurate? Was there a video canvas done on this? Let's see, 22. I guess there's no problem releasing that address. Don't have to worry about redacting. That argument is shit. Oops. Okay. task ID report on it. Okay, sometimes those can be interesting. Sergeant Blanche attended with Lane. Oh, Lane, okay, Lane, yeah. She had a motion-activated camera, captured, I'd just say a police car, so you can scrap that language right away. Can't tell what anything that is. 634, did not have any information in relation to the video of the police for police to take a statement. Her husband did go down to the crime scene and found victim Tom Bagley. Was interviewed by the MCU. Video downloaded to police USB. Video added to share drive FC box as per request. Oh, it didn't go on the, what is it? The M drive? What drive are they using down there? I forget. Okay. Her husband has been interviewed. Video canvas, good. Own residence, Wentworth. Shows Workman's mock PC. Well, I think that's bullshit. So anybody who came to that is not a good investigator. It shows a car, a police car, traveling north on Hunter Road towards crime scene. Camera was motion activated. Why is this in a different pen? I guess then he goes Ferry Road, writes in a different pen, then goes back to the original pen. So I guess it wasn't dying. You got Owen residence, then he swaps out pens quite a bit. You notice that? Notice how he's changing pens? One pen, pen A, pen B, pen A, pen B, pen A, pen A, pen B. Like, are you just adding Sergeant Blanche on there later? Pen A, pen A, pen A, pen A, pen B. Appears accurate. Oh, and then we go back to pen A. Yeah. No. Nobody does that. Sorry. Can you imagine? You follow? Bullshit. I call bullshit. Big fat bullshit. Hey, Charlene. I'd say information was added would be my... I think that's a fair assessment. Nobody... Maybe Sergeant Blanche added information and he was just writing in his own piece. And Lane used pen A and Blanche used pen B. I don't know. No. Other notes. Clear conditions did not leave. Is that what that says? The pen seems to have issues here now, but did not leave. Car did not leave. Oh, car did not leave, maybe. 2 pens, 2 writers. Possible. I don't know why it requires 2 writers. Does it? facing road. Font, the W appears to be the same. Swan DVR. 2 pens and no initials to acknowledge amendments or addendum. Yeah. No, I don't believe this is even signed. This one. Is it? It just has their names. I don't know. Could just be or that they added at the same time. I don't know. Different pens. Not logical. Okay. Moving along from illogical land. 2 pens means that they added stuff later. That would be that that would be my first that would be what I'd go to, but benefit of the doubt could be just because there's 2 different people. Top is written in cursive, bottom printed. Okay. Yeah, no, there does seem to be, but there also seems to be some similarity too. All right. Next. Oops. Sorry. Okay, so that's all for Hunter Road. I think there's a lot more, but anyway, we'll just leave that alone for now. Wentworth. Okay, so apparently Wentworth they have no issue with. Glenholm. Okay, so published March 31st. All right, it's updated today. Yum. As of June 30th. No, today. The following documents will be tendered into evidence. Rodney Peterson, supplementary statement. This was I like this statement personally. Gives a little bit more insight into the Andy O'Brien encounter. Well, that's what it said. Shall I read it again? Sorry, I didn't mean to glaze by it. I'll read it again. My apologies. 1 second. I thought you knew the information, Charlene, so I didn't want to. And not that I'm trying to be. Oh, see, I already had it open on the other window. They didn't even shut it down. There must be a reason for that. God speaking. Right. Okay, I have to. Yes, I do actually have to look for the. 22. Oh, no, that was in the task ID. So if it's gone to a task ID, I would consider this information fairly valid. Her husband did go down to crime scene and found a victim. Tom Bagley was interviewed by MCU. Now, Terry Brown and Dave Melanson, funnily enough, interviewed the vast majority of people on Hunter Road. So, but they're supposedly GIS. Supposedly. Is that... you have any thoughts on that, Char? Hey, Cheryl. Yes, that's true. Absolutely. I used to have to initial shit for my mom. Like when I was doing... Oh, people wouldn't want to grow up in my household with lawyers. It was, you got to write a contract on that. What? You made a mistake. Initial it. Okay, fine. That doesn't ring any bells, eh? Husband, sure. Please pay extra attention to Hunter Road. A lot happened there, though. Happened in those few hours. Yes. I'd say again, one of the threads, right? There's some that you just really want to pull on. Hunter Road would be another one. Cobequid is one. Notice how Hunter Road is like completely just non-existent until later. Really? Okay. Not okay, but we'll keep digging. The threads, keep pulling at certain ones, you'll find things. Keep pulling at certain ones, you're going to find things. Afternoon, oh dear. You can share anything you want, anytime you want, if you feel like it. During my interview, so this is the Peterson's supplementary report, questions, this was due to blank. Struggle communicating answers with certain questions asked of me. This was due to blank. Please use this statement in conjunction, not in place of, in conjunction with my verbal statement I previously offered. There are 3 areas of my questioning I would like to clarify. Being briefed on the occurrence, the radio channel being used, and question of whether this is an IARD incident. I would like to start with my interaction. Again, this is Peterson. Yeah. I remember the news reports down at the big stop. I was like, whoa, that's a bit, isn't that a bit? I guess when I called, people are like, well, it's a pretty major meeting place. With my interaction with Sergeant Andy O'Brien, you always have a venue. Engineer, Sergeant Andy O'Brien, Bible Hill Detachment, regarding being briefed on the occurrence. Mm-hmm. Would you like me to read Darren's statement? I thought it was kind of. Or was it Daryl? Was it Daryl's statement? I don't know. If you'd like me to read it, I will. You just have to let me know. Yes? I'll leave that with Charlene to decide. Mm-hmm. One moment, please. Okay. I'm trying to remember a document. Oh, missed that one. Oops. Sorry. I'm trying to find a certain document. It's not what I'm looking for, but I'll throw that one in here. I'm still looking, but this is from Judge Cromwell to Lori Ward that they expect disclosure by August 12th. Mm-hmm. Canada remains committed, this is the response, to supporting the work of the Commission by providing ongoing documentary disclosure in as complete and timely manner as possible. This is written in July. As you know, we're so impacted by requests for information. We have produced approximately, we have produced approximately 75,000 documents so far. So far, as of July 14, July 18, 75,000 documents. But, oh, they're waiting for lots more. So even if you do the most basic math, you have, 7%, not even. Canada will make every effort to make the complete production by the date indicated. August 12th. We're in October, and they're still issuing them. And the Mass Casualty Commission, oh, it's done. Anyway, this is so big. What's this one? Here she is writing in August. The homework is going to be due here in 6 days. This is in response to the subpoena to produce documents directed at the Assistant Commissioner John Ferguson, Interim Director of Royal Canadian Mounted Police, signed by J. Michael McDonald, dated July 14th, served on July 16th. Subpoena. And was accepted July 17th. Produce documents, RCMP. Canada's document production contains items requested of the RCMP's subpoena provided by David McNeil. Records and productions are therefore disclosed, and copies have been provided to provide, again, the clawback. But they're still getting them together. There's a video. There's a letter regarding a video that I'm not finding right now because I don't remember how they filed it. Oh, what's this? Round 4? I like how that's in brackets. Letter from Lori Ward to Thomas Cromwell, re-subpoena, dated June 22nd, 2022. Round 4. This is just unbelievable what they're doing. Unbelievable. Oh. Just remember the number 75,000. That will make things clear when you look at what is it? And that's in June. And they're wanting a hell of a lot more then. So, how many are we talking about? $976. Yeah. Plus 1350. 42. 43. 26. I'd say we got maybe 5%. That's pretty bad. Okay. Let's read through. Darren Thurier. March 31st. Let me see when this was issued. I'll try and get an approximate first date issue whilst I'm reading through this. I think it was the end of last month. I'm going to have to do a longer episode on, yeah. That's the best time putting all of it together because there's quite a bit. Good afternoon. My name is Dwayne King, investigator. Did Dwayne get the appointment? JOB appointment? Not sure. Mass Casualty Commission, Dwayne King, 1248 in Ontario. Speaking to Darren Thurier. Is that how you pronounce it? Yes, it is. Okay, Darren. And do you understand that we are recording this conversation? Yes, I do. And are you okay with this conversation happening? Yes, I am. Perfect. And for the record, can I get you to spell your first and last name to make it easier to transcribe this statement? RCMP said there was on the 28th 435 witnesses. I think I found something that said, sorry to stop. I think I found something that said that was actually tasks at that point in time of witnesses. It wasn't the amount of witnesses, I believe. But they kind of passed it off as that, I believe. But correct me if I'm wrong. Oh, yes, he has an Iranian brother. Okay. First name, Darren. D-A-R-R-E-N. Last name, Thurier. T-H-U-R-I-E-R. Perfect. So, Darren, just before we get started, you know that I'm working for the Mass Casualty Commission, and this statement is part of the work we're doing for the Commission. Yes. And so, what you tell me here today may or may not make up part of the public record, and it may or may not be disclosed to interested parties or the participants of the Commission. Why not? If he's okay with it, it's public record. There you go. Done. I just want to make sure that you're aware of that and that you're still okay talking to me about what happened and how you were affected and involved in April 18, 19 or involved in April 18, 19 of 2020. Yes, no problem. Perfect. Thank you very much. So, very, very quickly to Darren. Why does he have to do it very quickly? No, you take your time as an investigator. Can you tell me what you can remember about that day? And then we'll move forward with some discussion or some questions and some answers afterwards. What the fuck was I reading today? This is not a whodunit. We both know that, don't we? That was the statement. We're not looking for that. I was like, what? Sure, okay. So approximately, I thought it was probably around 6:30 in the morning, or it might have been earlier. Sorry, my eyes. I was out in my front patio getting a piece of firewood to put on the wood stove, and I noticed an RCMP driving down the Hunter Road, and he just cruised on by. So I went to my cottage and put the wood in the fire. I was just laying on the couch there, and I thought I heard some shots. And that would have been probably, like I said, probably around 6:30-ish, maybe a little before 7. And I knew Sean and Alana had chickens at one time, and they were having problems with foxes and other things. So I just assumed that it was him or her scaring the animals off from their chicken coop. And then about, I'm going to say around 8:30, 9 o'clock, I heard 2 or 3 gunshots. And they were loud, louder than the ones I heard earlier. And I just jokingly, my father-in-law was here with me, and I said, "Oh, I'll probably get blamed for the shooting my rifle off up here." And no sooner than I said that I got that out of my mouth. No sooner, that I got that out of my mouth, we heard an explosion. Big cloud of smoke going over the tree line. And my wife, at the time, she said, "You should go down and check and see if that's Carol's place, a friend of ours that just lives down the road a bit." So just as I'm getting in my truck to go down, I see an RCMP car zip right by me and go right back out the Hunter Road. I thought he was going to the fire hall to get the fire department to come down. Anyway, so I get down to the Sean and Alana's house, and it's totally engulfed in flames. And I can only get down so far because the heat was so bad. I backed out and came back up to, I went back up my dad's place, and my dad and his wife were there, and they said that that the 911 was already called about the explosion, and then so I went back up here, and I don't know, I think, yeah. And then I came back up to my place, and I said, there's something weird about that fire. So I went back down again, and this time the house had already collapsed in. And at this time, I could see that there was 2 vehicles there. So I went down, even faster down their driveway, and when I got out of the car, as I was coming up to get out of my truck, I saw Tom Bagley redacted. There, and I knew right off when I first laid eyes on it, that was that was Tom, quite a long redaction. And so I walked around the foundation and that to see if they if there was any, if I could see redacted inside the house or whatnot. I looked down at the riverbank and there was one dog that I seen down by the riverbank, redacted. So then I flew back up to my dad's place and I told him to call 911 again and tell him that there's a body down there. And I told him it was Tom Bagley. So then the three of us went down. And my dad's wife, Lisa, was on the phone at the time with 911. And they told us to stay there. She had to make sure that Tom was dead. Proved to the 911 caller, the dispatcher there told her to make sure that there was no sign of life, or if there was any sign of life, and there wasn't. Then two police officers come down, RCMP officers come down, and they took our information and stuff. And I told them what I did and who he was. That his wife is just down the road, like maybe 400 yards away. And that we should do they want us to go down and tell her that he's, that he's dead or whatever? And they told us, no, just go back to our house, our place. Don't say a word to anybody. That's it. And sometime later, some investigators came up and talked to my dad. They gave the investigators my number, and they never called me to ask me anything of what I saw. And then, not until now, it's the first time. And then I'm redacted, comma, long redaction. So finding Tom's body took a lot out of me. And a reporter asked, and was on the day of the shooting called me and asked if I would do an interview. And I can only do it halfway, redaction, to tell them what happened. And I couldn't even tell them the whole thing. My wife had to come in and take the phone away. I don't know, I guess it wasn't feeling good. Couldn't tell them the whole thing. And where I have the redaction, comma, quite a lengthy redaction. So it's not like, and then when it's just, there was a lot of rumors going around here on why he was come up here. I just want to know what the truth is. If any of it's true or not, and why he came up here, why he drove all the way drove out of his way to come up here and do that, and then making his way back down to Dartmouth So, or Halifax, wherever, to do more. I mean, I don't know what's going through that guy's mind at all. Yeah, I think, Darren, that's a lot of us are wondering the same thing. And unfortunately, as you know, he's dead and we can't ask him. So we have to do the best we can to piece some answers, to give people to give to people when we can. So, just for clarification, Darren, when you said you were in Haiti, was that, I understand that you were in the Navy. Okay, so obviously, uh, not sure where Haiti got brought into this, but must have been off the recorder. Oops. Correct. And so that posting in Haiti, or it was in the redaction stuff, was that part of your time in the military? Well, yes, it was. We went down. I went down there right after that big earthquake that they had. So we were down there doing helping with stuff there and that. We, and I was doing security at at a makeshift hospital they had. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 lines of redaction. And when I seen Tom, I can't get that picture out of my head. 1, 2, 3.5 lines of redaction, 3.25. That's how he was on the ground. Redaction, maybe 20 feet from the house, 20 or 30 feet from the house. Okay, I'm just going to take you back into the morning. You said you're pretty sure it was around 6:30 or so. You saw a car on Hunter Road. Which way would the car be traveling on Hunter Road? He would have been heading towards Sean and Alana's house, so I guess that would be traveling north on it, on Hunter Road. It's a he. Okay. So it's traveling north on Hunter Road. What makes you sure that it was 6:30? Is there anything that why 6:30 sticks out in your mind? Although we know it's not a perfect time, why do you think it's 6:30? Well, I'm so used to getting up around between 5 and 6 in the morning, often because of like alarm and automatic alarm clock with me from getting up early all them years in the Navy. So it might be been a bit earlier, might have been a bit later. I'm not quite sure. But I always say it was around 6:30. But I always say it was around 6:30. Okay. Why he doesn't ask about that? But anyway. And then the next thing, you think it was about 15 minutes later, you heard a couple of gunshots? Yeah. I heard I'm going to say 8 or 9 shots, but I mean, they weren't as loud as the 2 or 3 shots I heard a little later in the morning. So I thought it might have been just, and the reason why I thought it might have been Sean and Alana out shooting coyotes, because to me, it sounded like a 22 or so, because they weren't as, they weren't right loud. Yeah. And so in your time in the military, did you have a chance to fire weapons? Yes, I have. And you talked about yourself having a rifle. What type of rifle do you have? I have a I have several rifles. I've got a 270. I have a 308. I've got a 30-30. I got 3 or 4 12 gauges. And I got a bunch of 22s. Okay. So you're familiar then with the sound that they make. Yes. Yeah. And so the first round of 8 or 9 shots, if I were to ask you on a scale of 1 to 10, how confident were you that they were actually gunfire? How confident? I'm positive that it was gunfire. Okay, that's fine. I just want to make sure. But you don't believe it. Well, you believe it was smaller caliber rifle? Yeah. Well, it wasn't because it wasn't so loud. I just thought that maybe it was something small like a 22. Right. And you had an inaudible. Oh, sorry. Go ahead. That's okay. Have you had an opportunity to hear a pistol, like a Glock or similar type pistol being fired? Oh, yes, yes. In the military, I fired off a Sig Sauer 9 mils, 45s, 357s. I shot off, yeah, and an Uzi. I fired off an Uzi, AK-47, stuff like that. Yeah. And would you agree in the military? Interesting. Okay. No, I didn't know those were a Canadian Army issue. And would you agree that a pistol make a different sound than a rifle does? Yes. And so did it sound like could it have been a pistol or what? Are you pretty confident it was some form of long gun? No, it was those ones were a pistol. The ones I heard later on, like during the 3 other ones were done by a long gun. Yeah. Okay. How how long between was it between the 8 or 9 that you believe was a pistol and then the second set of shots, which you there were 3, about 3 shots. I'm going to say about 2 or 3 hours. Okay. And then at some point you heard an explosion? Yeah. Well, we heard the shots. And maybe a minute or 2 later, it was an explosion. Okay. And in response to the explosion, your you said your father-in-law was with you at the time? Mm-hmm. But in response, you got in your truck and headed down towards the house? Sean Alana's. Yes, down towards Sean Alana's house. I was actually heading towards to Carol Maskill's house, who is a friend of mine, a friend of ours. And because I thought it was her place that had an explosion, so I just wanted to go down and make sure that she was okay. And as I was getting towards her house, I could tell it wasn't her place on fire, that it was down Sean Alana's. What point did you see the RCMP car leaving again? Just as I was coming down my driveway to go to Carol's. Okay. Do you need to go? We'll say north or southbound Hunter Road to get to Carroll's? North. I would have had to go north to get to Carroll's. North. Which way was the RCMP vehicle headed? East. Or, or no. He would have been heading south. Okay. I know it's not perfect north, south, east, west, because the roads in Nova Scotia are not straight, but we'll say it was a southbound direction. Right. But you were not yet on Hunter Road when he passed? No, I was probably 50 yards before I would get to Hunter Road. I was 50 yards from Hunter Road when he went by. Anything? Did you see the lights on the car? Hear a siren? No. He never had the lights on heading out. Okay. Anything special or unique? Do you remember anything about the vehicle, or did it look like an RCMP car completely? It looked like a complete RCMP car. Okay. So you left. And all this time, I still did not know that there was a shooting going on down in Portapique at all, because I didn't have any radio on up here. We didn't have the TV on. I just woke up, So that's why I thought he was heading down to get the fire department, because I didn't know. Well, no, actually, yes, we did know that there was a shooting on, but they said it was in Portapique at the time. And they thought that he had been contained, because we got a phone call from Newfoundland from my in-law, one of my in-law sisters. They were telling us about the shooting in Portapique. And I said, wow, that's about half hour's drive from here. So no, we should be okay. We're okay up here. Then when I saw him flying out, I said, oh, geez, I wonder why the police isn't, or the fire department isn't coming down, because of the explosion. There's Carson down at the end of the road here. He's a volunteer firefighter, and he jumps right in onto that stuff and goes to investigate. But when I showed up down there all by myself, I still didn't figure it out. Right. So I thought his propane tanks exploded first. And so you were heading to Carroll's, but you didn't get that far because you realized that the house was that the Sean and Alana's house is on fire. Yes, Carroll's place would have been before Sean and Alana's. Okay. That's how I knew. Like, how I could tell once I got down to that part of the road. It's only like, I can't see it from my house, from my place here, because it's all wooded. But once you get to Carroll's place, you'd be able to tell after that. Where's Sean Alana's? Was at their place on fire. That it was their place on fire. Right. And so you continue down to Sean Alana's. And yes, I did. Did you get out of your truck at that point? No. I got down halfway down the driveway, and I had my window down, and I could feel the heat from it hitting my arm. I could see Alana's car there, I couldn't see Sean's truck. So that's why I thought maybe the propane tanks exploded, that they were gone out somewheres. Then I went back down the second time. That's when I saw the 2 trucks. And that's when I found Tom. 2 trucks. Right. So you got a bit down the driveway and it was hot. You could feel the heat. And you went down and to your pair. Did you go back to your house or did you go back to your parents at that point? I came back up here first. And then what was I get? Oh, I went down. Oh, yes. That's my in-law. Because my in-laws were who are going to be staying here at my place after we went back to Halifax. So, and he wasn't shot yet or detained or whatever. He was still on the loose. So I went down to my dad's. I got my shotgun from them, from my dad. And on my way back up here, that's when I decided to go back down to Sean's place because I asked Dad if anybody knew where they were. And they said no. So that's why I went back down. And that's when I saw the 2 vehicles. Why did he get a shotgun? Because the propane tank exploded? Maybe I missed something. And that's when you got out of your truck, or did you? Yeah. And I parked. I went over to Tom. I checked around in the foundation as close as I could because there was still fire going on there. I went back. I came back to my parents' place. I told them that Tom was dead down there. They came down, and that's Lisa was talking to the 911 operator. So what's that? 3 times? He's gone? Is that right? And so when you say you said that you understood he was on the loose, you grabbed your dad's shotgun. Good military training kicking in. I want to say that. But why? Or how did you believe that he was still active or on the loose? Do you remember? I assumed he was still on the loose, and I didn't know if he was still around the area. So I wanted something to protect me when I went down there in case he came back. And also, I wanted something up here at my house that my in-laws could use to protect themselves after I'm gone. If it came to that for them, right? A little peace of mind. And just to help people who are listening, how long is the drive from your place to your parents' place? About 30 seconds. It's right next door. Okay, so it's very close. And that helps people understand this driving back and forth. If you don't understand how close you are, then it seems like you're doing a lot of driving and a lot of time is passing. But it's not. Right. Yeah. My parents' place is right next door. I can run down there in about less than a minute, and I can run to Carol's place in maybe 2 minutes on foot. I can get down to Sean and Alana's old place. I can probably get down there in about 4 minutes on foot, or 4 minutes running, right down to their house, to the door. Right. So everything's very close. All these addresses and places you're talking about are very close together. Yes. First time you heard anything about what was, you received a phone call from your friends in Newfoundland? Yeah. And at that time, did you turn on any news, radio, or anything else at that point? No. We didn't have satellite TV up here. We never had radios. So how'd we get some more? No, it was through my mother-in-law's sister in Newfoundland. They were telling us all about it, saying that he was on the loose and stuff. So you're getting updates from Newfoundland. Yeah. Okay. And as a result of the updates you were getting from Newfoundland, that's when you understood he was still on the loose. And by he, we're talking about the shooter Gabriel Wortman. Yeah. That he was still on the loose. And that's when you thought, you know what? I don't know where he is. But we're going to make sure that we're protected. And so you got your family protected. Yes, I did. And then you went back down to the house. We understand what happened there. So we don't have to talk about that again. So, and then I want to take you to where the RCMP show up. Did they tell you why they didn't want anyone to let Tom's wife know that he was deceased? No, they said, no, don't. No, don't do that. Said nobody's to know that he's dead. They just said for us to go right back to our places and don't say anything. They took our info and all that down. And then they told us to head back home, back to our places. Lock us, basically lock down and don't tell nobody, because we said we'll go over and tell Patsy that we found Tom, that Tom's wife, who was like literally, from my place or from Sean and Alana's house to Tom's camp is only like a 2-minute walk, 3-minute walk. Any idea why the RCMP did not? And this is a weird question, because I don't know how you'd know why somebody didn't do something, why the RCMP did not take your statement that day. No, I do not, because there's 2 officers there, and yeah, they just came in. They had their assault rifles and vest on. They came down and, they just looked around and all that, and they said, okay, you guys can go now. They took our, like I said, they took our information. You guys can go. Inaudible. Wife, that is, inaudible. And go back to your place of residence, and they said somebody would get in touch with us, is what he said, if they need. Right. And did you see at all any, like, you're a military guy. You've been around, unfortunately. Some of it not good. But did you have an opportunity to see the scene security, how it was secured? Anything like that happened at the house, at the active crime scene? No, no. It was there was no, they didn't put up any tape or anything right away. They never started containing the site. They just stood there with their rifles. That's it. Standing down there by a shed. You had a couple of sheds down there that weren't touched by they were just standing by that. And reach out to you or your family and ask you how you were doing, offer any sort of support with regards to what you and your family had just witnessed and gone through. No, not to me anyway. I don't know about Dad. So yeah, we don't. I never talked to him about it. If they did, I know the RCMP came up a couple of times and talked to them, but I don't know if it was ever offered or not to them. None of it was offered to me. From a community perspective, Darren, how was the community shortly after, and how is that community now? Well, shortly after, everybody was jumpy. It wasn't, there's people are making rumors up about things. But even still, even it's been what now? 2 years? Yes. Yeah. So, even during hunting season this year, I was hunting just up in back here, and I shot a deer. And the neighbors were all distraught because of the gunshot and all that, right? And so they were a little on edge. So people here are still a little on edge. I'd say. I would say myself. I mean, it's just my opinion. We used to have a lot of gatherings on the road here. The neighbors and that doesn't happen anymore. So the dynamics up here have changed some. And it's actually not some, it changed a lot. The dynamics of the people up here. So I'm just very going to quickly review my notes here, Darren, to make sure I haven't missed anything before I wrap up. I want to thank you very much for all the information we've gotten so far. I don't think I have anything else for you, Darren. I just got one last question. Is there anything else you wanted to tell me that I hadn't asked you yet, or you haven't had the opportunity to say? No, I think that's everything. Okay, well, that being said, I'm going to get the time recorded here. It's now 1:20 Toronto or 2:20 Nova Scotia time, and I'm going to stop the tape. Wow. Oh, okay. 13 pages. Very quickly. Updates from Newfoundland. knew that somebody was running around. Contained, not contained, I don't know. Not making accusations, just repeating. Okay. Was there 3 trips? Did I get that? I didn't, I don't know if I understood that. 1, 2, I think there was 3, right? Hot. Maybe there was 2. I don't know. Is there 2 or 3? Then there were 2 vehicles. 2 trucks. I could be wrong, but I think they had a truck and a van. I think I may still have a picture. Let me try. See if I can find that. But maybe we just didn't get a good picture of that. Yeah, I thought there was a truck and a van. Or sorry, a truck and a van. Not 2 trucks. Not sure where the 2 trucks come in. Maybe there was somebody already there. What's funny? I'm not laughing. Who's laughing? Nothing funny about this. Sorry, my eyes. Oh, Genie? 2 trucks. I don't know. Okay. Sorry, smoke in my eye. Yeah, I might have to start going through. Well, not start going through, but doing some more dedicated videos on Hunter Rhoda. There's some more information probably should be read. Okay. I'm not moving along, just taking a pause on all that for a while. Plains Road, Debert, Aritaeum, Addendum, Addenda. I think we're into plural. This is as of September 8th. But we all know as of September 15th, this is still ongoing. They just probably should fix their articles every time they update them. Yeah. There's no 2 trucks. Don't know what that's about. But of course, it's not asked about. The following documents will be tendered into evidence, supplement their existing records respect to Plains Road, Debert. Interview with Rick Rude. March 25th. This is a newer released document. I think it was the end of last month, I believe. Okay. Trevor Higgins. February 16th interview. Not familiar with Trevor Higgins, so I don't think I've even read this before. Could check and see when that was released. What was it I was searching for here? Oh, I put in the wrong bar. I didn't put in other drives. Let's check and see when February 16th was released. Just out of mild curiosity. Anybody read Trevor Higgins' statement? Yeah. Well, that's why I brought the picture up. I'm like, I don't remember anything about 2 trucks yet. Who was doing the asking? It's not about who done it. Medical death certificate for Heather O'Brien. Handwritten notes, Constable J. Mahar, RCMP EMERT team member. (911) call of Jessica McBurney. The supplementary investigation about the Fitbit. This is like the Motorola one. Okay, whatever. I want to play games. Whoa, what was that? Weird. Okay. Just reset itself on its own. Okay. This is trying to get in contact with them. This is very sad, I would say, at a bare minimum. You have subpoena powers, but let's have a quick read through this. To contact Fitbit to provide May 14th. Documents attempt to mass casualty attempt for the MCC to obtain information from Fitbit with respect to Fitbit data involving one of the victims. One of the victims, of course, they don't want to say, was wearing a Fitbit device at the time of her homicide. The victim's cell phone app was associated with Fitbit, indicating the victim's heart rate was captured for several hours after the event. Fitbit. The writer conducted open source searches on Fitbit, so it looked on the internet, and learned the following. Was established in 2007. Healthy Metrics Research Incorporated, October 2007. Company changed its name. January 22, Google purchased Fitbit. And as of this date, Google is the parent company of Fitbit. Okay. I think I can find out more doing open source, but anyway. Attempts to contact. March 8th. Commission investigator Paul Thompson sent an email to force@fitbit.com. This email, the investigator requested to speak to Mr. James Park or his delegate as an urgent matter as part of the commission investigation. Email. Urgent. James Park is the current CEO of Fitbit. March 8th, an automated response was received from Fitbit advising that they would follow up within 48 hours. A week later, 140, 56, 196 hours later, Commission investigator Paul Thompson sent a second email to force@fitbit.com. In this email, the investigator requests to speak to Mr. James Park or his designate as a urgent matter of part of the investigation. Yeah, brace yourselves. Remember, here, one moment, please, because this may help people remember some. The reason I play that is because they had no problem getting people from Australia. They had no problem flying people all over the place. Email. They have subpoena power. March 15th, an automated response was received from Fitbit advising that they would follow up within 48 hours. As of the date of this document, no response to either of these emails, has been received. Written May. 2 months, over 2 months Seems like they're very interested and urgent to speak to James Park or his designate. This is disgusting. These people are disgusting. On March 28th, the writer contacted Mr. Albano, Michael Albano. Michael Albano is listed at as Fitbit's Security Exchange Commission filings as counsel of record lawyer. In the email, the writer advised Mr. Albano the commission's mandate and a brief overview of our inquiry. Not an inquiry, it's a commission. 3 days later, March 31st, the writer again contacted Michael Albano. By email. The email referenced previous email and advised Mr. Albano the commission's mandate and included a brief overview of our mandate. No response was received to either of these emails. No problem getting people from Australia. No problem finding all kinds of shit every which way from Sunday that had nothing to do with anything except for IMD's mandate. Cover your ass. March 31st, the writer contacted Mr. Albano by phone. We're moving into super speed here now. A call was placed directly to his law firm in New York. The writer then left a voicemail for Mr. Albano. The voicemail offered an introduction and referenced previously unresponded emails. March 31st, 4:24, later that day, Mr. Albano sent an email response to the writer advising that the request had been forwarded to his contacts at Google and he would update once he received more information. 4 days later, April 3rd, 2022. When May 5th. Is that right? May 5th. We got Ivani and Fahy. Yeah. May 5th. May 5th. The one witness who could shed light on this scenario, leaving it until April 2022. March 2022, I stand corrected. Right. Moving along. The next day, the writer received an email from Mr. Kurt Howard. Mr. Howard is head of legal for Google Canada. In this email, Mr. Howard requested a meeting to further understand the request and to assist Google in directing the request to, quote, the right people internally, end quote. The writer conducted a virtual Teams meeting April 6th, 2022 at 10 a.m. with Mr. Howard. The meeting lasted approximately 20 minutes, and during which the writer again explained the reason for the request of Fitbit. 5 days later, and 2 weeks, respectively, the writer emailed Mr. Howard requesting an update. No response was received to either of these emails. April 29th, 2022, the writer emailed Mr. Howard requesting an update to our request. There are now, how many days in? March, beginning of March. Okay, so 3 weeks plus a month. 7 weeks. We've gotten a couple of emails and a Teams meeting via the internet. Good job. Good job. You only have the integral witness coming up in 2 weeks. The writer received a response from Mr. Howard April 29th asking for clarification and any specific questions for which answers were required. May 1st. Okay. The writer emailed Mr. Howard a few days later. I don't remember how many days in April. I forget that stupid poem. Emailed, hey, Joanne. Wait, you waited on that for a few days? Okay, good. Provided more information and clarification to the request of the commission. May 2nd, 2022, the writer received a response from Mr. Howard, which stated in part, quote, I've asked internally whether someone with appropriate knowledge might be available to speak this week. May 11th, the writer emailed Mr. Howard requesting an update. No response was received. Since March 8th, summary. Since March 8th, the Mass Casualty Commission investigation has made several attempts to contact Fitbit and its parent company to seek out information related to concerns raised by participant counsel. As of the date of this supplementary report, which is May 14th, is that correct? Oh, no. I'm sorry. This is dated May 30th. At the bottom, it's digitally signed on May 30th. When did Fahey appear again? Fahey and Ivani. Oh, don't worry. 25 days beforehand, it's okay. It's no longer relevant. As the date of this supplementary report, no further contact has been received by Fitbit or Google, and no information relating to the Commission's line of inquiry has been received. And it is dated at the top May 14th, but at the bottom it is digitally signed May 30th. So he didn't turn it in even for 2 weeks. Over. Well, I don't like Google. I don't like tech. Certainly will never buy a Google product in the future. No, yes, Android and all their other companies. I'm aware of their splinter garbage from a long time ago. Okay. All their holdings now. Okay. The commission has used its subpoena power to compile, coordinate, and present publicly what it has learned so far, the perpetrator's initial rampage in the community of Portapique. The commission bragged about how they have so much fucking subpoena power, yet they're only capable of sending emails. Dwayne, and phoning. Oh, yes, there was a phone call, a few emails, and a team meeting. That is not any kind of investigation. That's bunk. And I don't care if Google has an ambassador to the Canadian government. Frankly, I don't give a fuck. It doesn't matter. If you're trying to conduct an investigation and you subpoena an organization, you do it. And then you allow the imperative witness to just go by. So you don't have to really ask questions with evidence regarding the Fitbit because you didn't obtain any. Because you suck. Right. Cover up. Cover up. Hope these people feel good. Kurt Howard got a promotion in 2020. Howard worked with BlackBerry. Not sure where Mr. Howard's conscience is at. Not sure where Google's conscience is at. Well, not sure where the MCC's conscience is at. Again, it's probably without saying. Ertam, following error. That is disgusting. Yuck. Sick people. They have children. They're teaching people and morals in society. Disgusting. Should not be allowed to do so. The following error in the Plains Road Debert foundational document has come to the attention of the council. Paragraph 130, Plains Road Debert foundational document. So it's a quote. According to Corporal Ivani, he and fellow EMERT member Constable James Mahar arrived at Heather O'Brien's Jetta, took control of the scene. Constable Coleman and Fahey. He thought likely it had arrived on the scene at 10:14:41. Guess what? Pulled the GPS data. There we go. GPS data from Coleman and Fahey's car indicates that they arrived at the scene at 10:15:23. Given the evidence Fahey and Coleman were first on the scene, it's more likely that the EMERT team arrived sometime after 10:15:23 rather than 10:14:41 suggested in the foundational document. This one's hard. Great investigative skills. Because there wasn't any. Moving along. Onslow. Original document was published April 11th. The Addenda and Town. 3 pages. This is as of September 8th. Bullshit. Still September today, 15th. Ongoing. Addenda. Oh, thank you. They know the plural. Thank you. Thank you. Yay! Plurals. Oh my goodness. Okay, so we've got Rob Bell's notes. I have had a brief look at them. Rob Bell, of course, was at the fire hall inspector, white shirt in the background, who they don't like to talk about. Anyway, okay, so that's there. Already tendered into evidence, and the Mass Casualty Commission, it conducted an interview with Rob Bell. Oh, okay, so that doesn't seem to want to work here. God knows, maybe they... I think actually I know this one doesn't work. Huh? Yeah, no, maybe they added it. Oh, look at that. There you go. Haven't read this yet. 1768 pages. Oh, Rachel's there. Should be good. Lazo. Did he retire? Or is he still in? I don't know where he's at today. No. Still there. Career development resourcing. In layman terms, staffing officer. Well, thank you. I appreciate that he translates the goop. They speak so much goop, they don't even understand themselves. So, somebody wants to read that and let me know what they find. That would be great. Let's put that in here. I'm sure I'll get to it at some point, but I have not read it yet. So, mass casualty interviews with Constable Gannon and Constable Melanson. Oh, good. I'm just reading your post there. Oh, dear. Okay, so we've got Onslow. Oh, a 60-page interview. I don't know if I've read some of this. Maybe. Conducted, of course, in March. Oh, sorry, is the mass casualty over? Maybe somebody can help me with that. Somehow I'm not thinking I don't have to get up in the morning anymore for this stuff. Because somebody was telling me that it was done. Somebody tried to fucking lie, deceive the entire Canadian public. Oh, it's just ongoing. Don't worry about it. Losers. I got a book. Look at me. I haven't read Dave Melanson's interview. It is out. Bye, Cheryl. Have a good one. Okay. All right, so those might make for interesting reading, especially behind cars. Can you see vests? What color? I don't know. Did you check out your weapon? Airtam. Paragraph 34, quote, states when Dave Westlake turned to walk away, Constable Gannon noticed a gray Nissan Altima. Why is it that people are saying black now all of a sudden? In the middle of the highway, too. What is the problem with the color again? This is contrary to Constable Gannon's evidence. Constable Gannon in his report writes, Dave Westlake came outside. The name of the evidence, a piece of paper. I showed him a piece of paper. An unmarked gray Nissan. In Constable Gannon's interview with the mass casualty, he stated, so I hand him that, and I look back, and the officers, their guns pointed. It's most likely that Dave Westlake remained beside Constable Gannon, remained beside Constable Gannon's vehicle. Was possibly bending down to receive a piece of paper when Constable Brown and Melanson. Well, then okay, so they're shooting at what again? Nothing. Oh, an RCMP car. Good. Typographical error in Joy McCabe's statement to cert. Now apparently they want to change. They say it's they've added another 50,000 to the number, which would mean it's a late statement. Somehow I think Joy McCabe was interviewed very early on. Very early on. So I would say it's low number. Instead of the calm 3520, it's now 53,520. No. I'm going to go with actually, it was probably the original number. You don't come along at the end of the game and interview Joy McCabe. That doesn't make sense. 78, 79, 82. Com number, Jerome Bros cert statement. Oh, okay. So they've done the same thing with him. 50,000. Oops. Because that 5 and 0, they're located beside each other. No. I would say that again is a no. Fail. Okay, Shubenacadie. Again, published today. Because it's over. 3 pages. Here they want to try and tell you it's just July 5th, even though they just issued it today. Of course, it's still going. Handwritten notes of Constable Daly. Oh, I'm actually looking for that. Oh, there's 2 of them. I somehow have a feeling the oh, okay, yay, they actually built one in that works. One note. Location. Oh, I've seen this one. This one I've seen. Location, members, something, extinguishers used to suppress fire around members. That's not notes. I don't think the note-taking class took, or we're getting baffled again. by Goop. Let's see. And the other set of notes, of course, is not out. The vehicle driven by Constable Daly, because they don't have any GPS. Okay, so GPS is out. Esdc from Gibson. Okay, I've read through some of that before. Here, Como statement. Oh yes, I've read through that one. Here also some pieces of it. Interesting stuff going on down at Gina's. Do not go in the home. Okay. Right. Sounds like Cobequid. Photographs provided by Caitlin Keddy. RCMP provided the Mass Casualty Commission with photographs of Shubenacadie cloverleaf scene obtained by Caitlin Keddy. These photographs are available to the participants via special request. They are not all provided to the public due to their graphic content. They have no problem with black boxes. Never have. Well, actually, they do white ones, but anyway. That would be hiding photographs, deception. Errataeum, the following error. Shubenacadie foundational document has come to the attention of the council. Figure 11-112. The road highlighted labeled as Highway 212 and a checkpoint is labeled 212 in Grove Road. While the road is 212 and the foundational road, it is the same as Old Guysborough Road, as opposed to the highway number throughout the map label should be Old Guysborough Road, Old Guysborough Road. Huh? 212? Isn't that? No, okay. Maybe I'm wrong. All right. Wretched. 224. Today. Updated. This is only as of June 30th, right? Of course. It's only June 30th. We've got Sergeant Lake. Oh. From Truro. Lake is yeah, they like Lake, I think. Lake was angry. Wow. With Mr. McNeil, Chief McNeil. Not happy. See you later. Oh. Are you leaving or not? Sorry. Strange how Ganon was able to get on the radio right away. MC Brown's MCC testimony, he yelled commands, then Westlake ran into fire hall. Brown, Melanson both refer to Wortman by last name and a couple of multiple times during the MCC testimony. Interesting observation. Thank you. I forgot about that. Forget tons of stuff. I don't know if you're off, Blue Nose, but if you are, do have a fantastic day. Brown Thank you for joining very much. Brown yelling instructions with carbine trained on individual, but Gannon fumbling with radio. Rewatch Brown and Melanson last night, says Peter. Okay. McIver. Handwritten notes. Constable Shane McIver state that Constable Turcotte wait a second, sorry. Lake was seconded or seconded. Sorry, seconded. My eyes. Seconded. Detective Constable seconded to the RCMP at the time of the mass casualty was assigned to 224. Isn't Lake the one who's angry with McNeil? Maybe I might be confused. I apologize if I am. Lake. How would he be seconded? Interesting. Third? Shane McIver stated that Constable Turcotte relieved him at the EHS paramedic in Milford, 8 a.m. April 19th, confirming Constable Turcotte's presence there. Right? At 8 a.m. on the 19th, there was an RCMP officer stationed at the EHS station. It's got to be a typo. No? Or is this day getting too long for me? Shit. Yeah. Whatever. Why did it do that? I can try and open them. Oh, okay. Good. Works. Now you see, this is what I'm told is really common in notes. So they look to me to be sunny, cool. This is very normal to put the conditions at the top of the notes, and if it's missing, because I believe that's taught. 7 o'clock in the evening, 1900. Scene security 2310 Milford. Well, relieved by Turcotte on the 20th, then they mean. Yeah, I think that's what they're trying to say. I think. Otherwise, it doesn't make sense. Yes, there's somebody who was waiting there. Email. Report and notes. Odd. No, that's not notes or a report. That's an email. We've got an attachment. Where's that? This certainly isn't a report. April 26th. It was a bit late too. Left residence, 10 Tantalon. Conduct scene security. Constable McIver and Bousquet. Constable Bousquet. Constable Bousquet. Interesting. Who'd have thunk? Maintain scene security throughout the night. Upon daylight began to rain. Yes. Very. Hey, Linda. Okay, I don't really understand the description, but it must mean the 20th. The following error 224, paragraph 4 and 34. SUV visible from 224 driving north. Okay. They were looking. Oh, this is, sorry. My apologies. This is 224. Yes, okay. The foundational document may have left the impression that Joseph Weber's SUV parked behind Gina Goulet's was not visible from 224 at all. In fact, it was visible to those driving north, but not to vehicles driving south. Paragraph 34 states that Amelia Butler said that the vehicle, quote, would be hidden from if you were driving by. Citing paragraph 17 of Ms. Butler's statutory declaration. Interesting statutory declaration. This quote is actually from lines 55 and 56 of Ms. Butler's RCMP statement. Provided page 6 of statutory declaration. In addition, the foundational document omitted the additional context. Ms. Butler could see the vehicle while driving north on Highway 224 towards the home. Coming from the south. She said, when we got closer to her house, we came around the corner, and from where we were driving, you could see into the back of her yard. And at that point, I saw the back of a silver SUV parked behind one of the sheds in her home that would be hidden from if you were just driving by. Paragraph 13 of Ms. Butler's statutory declaration states, as we were driving on Highway 224 towards my mother's house, I spotted a silver SUV parked behind her home behind one of her sheds. This is consistent with paragraphs 20 and 21 of David Butler's statutory declaration, which states they saw the SUV as they were driving north, and you cannot see from behind the home traveling southbound. Yes. I'm watching the comments. Why would it move me over here? So you can't see from the north? Why would that be? Maybe not. Maybe it was where it was parked. I don't. Yeah, that could. Paragraph 4 states that the perpetrator parked the silver SUV he drove to Goulet out of sight of passing vehicles. This should state out of sight of passing vehicles traveling south. Vehicles traveling south? Oh, okay. Okay. Interesting. Banfield, big stop. October 15th. August 26th. Well, September 15th. Yes. Olivia Armsworthy. Rob Bell's notes, mass casualty interview, GPS citation for Corporal Brown, incorrect pinpoint 38551. Should instead read GPS data vehicle 47K, dog, 06, driven by Corporal Brown. Okay. Bullet holes in windshield. Paragraph 109, forensic identification occurrence report. Carla Sloan, and states that there were 14 bullet holes in the windshield on the passenger side. In fact, Corporal Sloan's report states, quote, the windshield had a minimum of 10 bullet holes, all in the passenger side. Later notes that 10 markers, 5 through 14, were placed through the next to the holes in the mark. Okay. Wow, the window stays intact. The supposed place of Morrison was out of sight. Morrison, if heading south. Well, but he's on the 2, right? Or is it Gibson? Is it Gibson's statement? I real-time GPS'd him. He was on the 224. Police paraphernalia. Now, this is the one that I had for the cover, thumbnail of this video. I find this really, really bad. Addendum. The following paragraphs are to be added. Lisa Banfield, in her interview with the Mass Casualty Commission, April 11, 2022, Lisa Banfield said that the perpetrator had obtained CSC jacket, RCMP, general gray duty uniform shirt, and dark blue pants with yellow stripe, and the peerless handcuffs and key from Sean McLeod. Subsequent paragraph numbering should be adjusted accordingly. Okay. Yeah. Let's just have a read at what it does say, just in case I'm being a bit sensitive. Does it mention these things? Is there a paragraph? No, obviously they're adding a paragraph. Page 56 to 58. Fine, we'll read through it. I'm presuming it's 56 on the document. So, okay, so they're still keeping pace with each other. I don't know, says Lisa. I just remember coming to the cottage one day. I'm like, who are, just like everybody else, who are these people? And he would introduce me to them, and they seemed nice. And then they would come more often, and Gabriel would invite them down for drinks. And so, yeah. Okay, so you never visited their place in, no, Wentworth? Yeah. No. Even in their old house? I was never in their old house either. Did Gabriel ever describe their house to you? He said it was beautiful. It was on the water. He said it was a nice place. Okay. Were you alive? Were you alive to any conflicts or disagreements between them? Wow. That's interesting. People don't talk like that often. He always seemed like he liked them. Yeah. These were the corrections? Yeah. They were the corrections officers. Yeah. Did Gabriel ever talk about the fact that they were corrections officers? Yeah. And what would he say? They would talk about their stories about their, when they would be working and things, some things that would happen, they would tell us or whatever. I remember Gabriel asking him for uniforms, like Gabriel collected uniforms and everything. He liked uniforms and collected things. Why did people like that line? That's what he did. And I remember him asking Sean for a uniform, and Sean had got him a uniform with cuffs and hat and everything. So Corrections Canada uniform. It looked like police uniform to me, like it has stripe going down the side, handcuffs, and the blue. I think it was blue or black hat, like. General duty uniform shirt, dark blue pants. Oh, so the pants with the yellow stripe came from Sean, and the RCMP shirt. Oh, really now? Okay. So I guess that's what we're looking for here is the blue pants with yellow stripe and RCMP style shirt. But his uniform, Sean would have worn to his job. I don't know Sean's uniform would look like. And you mentioned the handcuffs. So asked Sean for the uniform and acquired also the handcuffs. I just remember going back up to the cottage and Gabriel showing me the handcuffs, the hat, the pants, and the shirt and everything. He said Sean got it for him. And do you know where he kept that uniform? It was in the bedroom in his cottage. And also true for the handcuffs. That's the thing about the cottage. The cottage, he said he had them there, but then that night that he did that, they were over at the warehouse, so he would have moved them back and forth. Okay. And the time that he went up to the cottage and showed you the uniform that Sean had given to him or gotten for him, was there any other time that you saw uniform or the handcuffs? No. Okay. And you said it looked like a police officer's uniform. So I'm just trying to understand because they were pants. The pants were dark with a stripe on the side. What color was the stripe? And the hat, and then the hat, the high hat with the brim, like, and the handcuffs. And then like the tan colored shirt with the police officer would wear. What color was the stripe down the pants? Yellow. And you were sort of gesturing with your hands about the hat? Yes, because he had this box, white box, and inside was his hat. So it was a peaked hat? No. Like the Mounties would wear? No. And it did have a brim, yeah. With a flat top, yeah. Like, yeah. Like a ball cap? No. Like a captain's hat? Like what? Looked like a police hat. What? Sorry, I didn't. Uh, Lisa said that he got the police uniform from Sean. What? I read all kinds of things, and I don't read sometimes the most basic things because I'm off. Gray tan shirt. Did you guys all know this? Obtained a CSC jacket, gray shirt, uniform shirt, dark blue pants with yellow stripe, and peerless cuffs. Maybe it's the peerless. How would she know that anyway? She didn't say peerless. So maybe that's what they're trying to insert in there. It's not even what the fuck are they doing? First I'm hearing of this. What? Lisa's saying he gets the Mountie pants, shirt. It sounds like possibly a police cap, handcuffs from Sean. Because I'm pretty sure corrections don't wear yellow striped pants, do they? I think they wear what's it? Somebody know? No, that's not what they wear. Corrections officers wear in Canada. Yeah. Who's that wearing? Corrections officer. Somebody. He was with 2 corrections officers. No. No yellow stripe on those pants. Yeah, gray stripe. The thin gray line. Thin gray line. Yellow stripe. I'm looking. Gray. Gray. Oh, this is very odd. Who's looking creepy? The people in the photo? Yeah, well, I mean, it's referred to as, I believe, the thin gray line. Isn't it? I'm pretty sure it's corrections. Well, I don't even know what to say. She definitely doesn't say peerless cuffs in here. And I don't remember what video that was that I did that, but I'm sure I can go back and find all that stuff again. They can't figure out which cuffs he's got. They say it's peerless, and they also say it's Smith & Wesson. And you have Mr. Fisher taking them home and giving them a scrub. With a wire brush. Right. Okay. After the fire department has been spraying under the car. I'm not seeing the yellow stripe. I'm not saying anything. I'm not throwing any accusations. That's because I would have to do a lot more research, but I don't. Okay, this is work uniform. Where's dress uniform? There we go. With a gray stripe down each leg. Oh. Well, what does that mean? Because unless I'm I don't think my eyesight is that bad. Gray, yellow. Maybe. I don't know. My girlfriend says I'm colorblind half the time. There's a thin red line too, isn't there, for another? Oh, there's tons of lines. Tons of lines. They're when you start getting into this stuff, they're very that's why, they all hang together. EHS, cops, military, they all have lines: orange, red, blue, green, gray. Oh, there's a few of them. There's a chart, actually. Red. Gray. There's a chart. I think I might even have it on my computer. Law enforcement, medical. What's this one? Dispatchers, military, fire, security. Orange is one too. I don't know why the orange isn't in this one. There's quite a list of them. Oh, this doesn't tell you what it is. Firefighters, police, search and rescue. That is a yellow stripe. Well, women have better. My girlfriend always tells me this one jacket I have is brown. I'm like, I don't wear brown shit, man. I'm like, it's green. It's olive green. I don't know. I had to get a fucking app just to make sure it was green. She's colorblind. That's. Are you here, oh dear? Does anybody in here know this part? That part never made sense. Pants. Totally ridiculous. He was carrying around a spare pair of pants. Totally bullshit. Have you read this before? The shirt, the gray shirt, pants with yellow stripe, which I'm assuming means RCMP pants, and a hat that looks like a police hat came from Sean? The RCMP, well, it says RCMP General Duty uniform shirt and dark blue pants with yellow stripe came from Sean McLeod. I can't be reading that wrong. CSC, like, that's a corrections jacket, so it's not like they're those look to be like she's attributing all of the items to Sean. And it sounds that way in that interview. I'm going to read this again. Okay, about the drinks, These were corrections officers. They would talk about stories, Gabriel asking him for uniforms, and Gabriel collected uniforms and everything. He collected uniforms. That's what I remember. Him asking Sean for a uniform. Okay, well, that I understood to be correction. Sean had gotten a uniform with the cuffs and the hat and everything. Okay, so that's really open-ended. So corrections uniform. Well, it looked like a police uniform to me. Like the stripe going down the side, handcuffs, and the blue. I think it was a blue or a black hat. Like, but the uniform that Sean would have worn to his job, I don't know what Sean's uniform would have looked like. And you mentioned the handcuffs. And when Gabriel asked Sean for a uniform, he helped acquire that. And it was also the handcuffs. I just remember going back up to the cottage and him showing me the handcuffs, the hat and the pants and the shirt and everything. Sean got it for him. There's no mention of Peerless cuffs. I think they know they're in the shit because there's Smith & Wesson and Peerless. And who would ever say such a thing? Oh, yes, he got the Peerless cuffs. Because at the cottage, he said he had them there. And he brought them back over to the warehouse. Other than the time that you went up to the cottage, he showed you the uniform that Sean had given him or gotten him. Did you gotten for him? Was there any other time that you saw the uniform or the handcuffs? No. And you said it looked like a police officer's uniform. So I'm just trying to understand here. Because they were like the pants with the dark stripe and with the stripe on the side. What color stripe? And then the hat with the brim, like, and the handcuffs. And then he had like a tan color shirt like a police officer would wear. Do you recall the color of the stripe the pants was? What the color? I think it was yellow. And when you say you were gesturing with your hands about the hat, because he had this box, this white box, and inside was this hat. Okay, and it was a peaked hat? No. Like the Mounties would wear? No. So it's not a Stetson? No. Or did it have a brim? Yes. Like with a fat top? Yeah. Like a ball cap? No. Type of hat, a captain's hat, or what? Like it looked like a police hat. Like, I don't know what to tell you. I'm sorry. Liz, you're nodding. You can probably do a better job of describing it than I can. So you're talking, it sort of went out like this, flat? Yeah, with a peak. Yeah. Do you remember what color the peak was? I think it had, well, that's an officer thing with yellow stripe or yellow rope. Like municipal, like Halifax police officers? Yeah. Like those types of hats. Okay. Same type of hat? Yeah. Okay, that's it. And did you know, in terms of Sean getting it for him, do you know anything more how he paid for it? Or I just remember him asking Sean, and the next time I went up to the cottage, it was there. So yeah. The handcuffs were just by themselves, so it was just sitting in a box, or were they attached to anything? No, Gabriel just showed me them. Like, so whenever he got them, wherever he got them from, I assumed he got them from Sean because of all this other stuff he got from Sean, but I think he told me that he got them from Sean, but I can't remember. What you say, this other stuff, what are you talking about? Like the hat, the pants, the shirt. Yeah. And you said he got it from Sean? From Sean. Yeah. Did you ever talk about, or do you ever recall seeing a belt? A what? A belt. Police belt. Well, the duty nylon belt. Like a police belt that holds a gun. Well, he had one. Sam Brown. Okay, so this is the Sam Brown. I don't know if he got that from Sean or no, like a black, like a, utility kind of belt. I don't remember seeing that. A belt that police officers have belts. They have things on them, different tools. Huh? Do you remember him seeing something like that? Maybe. I don't remember. Probably. I don't know. Okay. Well, we don't want you to guess. Yeah. So I'm not sure. Okay. So you can't remember clearly one way or another if there was a belt. And you mentioned you went to Sean Alana's and told you that it's a nice house. Do you remember whether that was something like, do you have a sense of, was that something he did once or something he frequently socialized there? Or no, because he would go to the cottage without me and he'd go home and I'd be like, well, who did you see? What did you do? Very inquisitive for somebody who's being abused and controlled. And he would tell me he'd go on his dirt bike and he would go up and visit Sean in Atlanta. So that was more than once. Like, I don't have any more questions on that. It was more than once. I don't think there's anything else that you can think of or want to tell us. I don't know if there's anything that you want to tell us about Sean Atlanta. No. Like I said, they seem really nice. He seemed to like them. So I never ever heard him say anything mean about them. Okay. Just one quick question related to Alana. Do you know if he did any of her dental work? No. But I remember. That's the thing I remember. One time we were at Inaudible. I think Sean called me and said that I think either him or Alana needed some work done. Okay, I've heard something about this. And we were going to make them something. And we were going to make them something, and they had to get their teeth extracted first, okay, and wait for healing time, and then we were going to make them something. But as far as you know, that never happened. As far as I know, no. I just have some pictures of caps. Yeah, you already told her. What? Now Maureen's coming in. Yeah. Do you know which one it looked like most? Yeah, I'm just going to. It's difficult if you're listening to the transcript later. They're not going to have that photo. I think we have a good picture of the police cap that you're describing. So thank you, Maureen. I think we're good on that one. Of what? Okay, sorry, I got to go back in your comments here. Abba? What? This is the kind of hat she is talking about from the sounds of it. Well, what? Oh my. Well, yes, but that's... Yes, it could be the yellow, that thing, but if she said a rope, sounds like an officer's hat of some kind. That paragraph hasn't been added yet. The only mention of Sean in the police paraphernalia document is Lisa guessing that he had got the cuffs from Sean. Well, I like how they introduced the peerless, because that's... Who would say that in an interview? It doesn't logically make sense. Yes, you got the peerless cuffs. She doesn't even know. That paragraph has not been added yet. The only mention of Sean. Think she even said that on the stand he got a uniform. Yes, but I think that, and I'll be honest, I haven't read this before. This is all new to me. Which interview is this? April 11th? No. April 11th. Oh, sorry, I'm getting confused between some other ones. Okay, but the information that was provided, or the way it was presented, was that it was a corrections uniform, a duty belt, a corrections jacket, and maybe some cuffs, maybe even some ammunition. That was the impression that they were passing off on everybody. This, if this is in fact, well, that's what they're saying. That's what the Mass Casualty Commission is saying. It's not what I'm saying. They're saying that Lisa said this, and that's what Lisa appears to be saying. So then that means that he got the RCMP uniform from Sean. I don't mean to sound slow, but it's just shocking. then that certainly wasn't the impression that they were passing off. Didn't they say he got a badge too from Sean? Wasn't that somewhere? Or something? Was that? There was a corrections badge. I think that was mentioned, but the badge has never been dealt with. Remember, because he clarified that. Remember that too, JJ. Where is it? Of course, you can't OCR the transcript for Lisa's testimony. You can't? I've done some of hers. This one? I can try. Oh, that's shocking. It's probably going to be problematic because I have so many windows open. Oh, yes. Could do that. Of course.
Badges. sometimes gets referred to as a police badge. Were you aware that he carried a badge?
Yes.
Can you tell us what it was?
It was like an ambulance. It looked like a police badge he had it in his wallet. And so if he opened up his wallet, you would think it looks like a police badge, but it was actually an ambulance kind of badge.
Okay. And I guess to start with, where did he get it?
When we would go to the States, he would go to, it was like a military place that sold like hunting stuff, fishing stuff, and just knick-knacky kind of stuff. And he seen it, he liked it, and he bought it.
Okay. And so what did he use it for?
He would use it if we went to hotels, because he also had his Uncle Chris's, his Uncle Chris was an RCMP and he was retired, and Gabriel had one of his business cards and he had it in his wallet. And so he had that on one side and this badge thing on the other. So and this is what he's telling me, that if he ever got stopped by the police, he would open that up, and if they seen it, they would think he was a police and say, oh, you don't have to worry about the ticket or what. This is what he's telling me.
Okay, so Angel said, wasn't it Angel that said that she identified it right away as an RCMP badge? Is that correct? Wasn't it Angel? And they asked her then, well, how do you know that? And then she kind of backtracked a little bit and she said, oh, well, I just would assume. I don't know. But she seemed to know, and I was like, wow, like most people don't even know what an RCMP badge looks like.
But he would also use it if we went to hotels to get a discounted rate, because if you work for the government, you get a discounted rate. So he would say that he was a police officer and open up his wallet, and the girl would see this and assume that he was.
And so I just want to make sure I heard clearly what you said, that he had this badge on one side and that he had one of his uncle's RCMP business cards on the other side. Mm-hmm. And so when he would flash it to people, they would see the badge and the RCMP card.
Yes.
And you said that he told you that if he got pulled over, he would flash that badge. Is that correct?
Yes.
Did you ever see him do that directly?
No.
And do you recall if he ever actually did that, or if that was just a story he said he would do?
That's what he told me he would do if he did get stopped. But whether he did, I have no idea.
So he told you he would do that?
Yeah.
Did he ever tell you that he had done it? That
No.
Somebody had pulled him over and he'd pulled out that badge and flashed it?
No, he never ever told me that.
Did he carry it with him all the time?
Yes.
Okay. And did he use it in Canada as well as in the States?
I don't.
Sorry, I think in one of your previous interviews, you told us that he would use it to get discounts when you were down in Maine.
When we would be in the States, that's when he would use it.
Did he use it for similar purposes here in Canada?
No idea. As far as I know, no.
Did you see him directly use it for that purpose in the States?
Yes.
Okay. And did you ever see him directly use it for that purpose in Canada?
No.
Okay. Did it concern you that he was carrying this badge around?
I knew that it was an ambulance thing, so I wasn't, no.
I understand he was also in the possession of several sort of items from RCMP uniforms. The first is that we've heard from several witnesses, as well as from you, was the red serge jacket that he acquired from one of his uncles. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And what did he do with that?
We had it at the cottage, in the closet, and then once he built the garage, he wanted to put it up on a wall to display it.
Okay. Did you ever see him wear it?
No, it was too small for him.
Too small for him. Okay. He also had elements from a duty uniform. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And can you describe those ones?
It was like a black pant with the yellow stripe going down the side, a beige long sleeve shirt, and he had a hat, like it was in a big white, looked like a cake box that you would open up, and this hat was inside of it.
Okay, so the hat and the pants, anything else?
He had like a brown leather holster, like a gun holster kind of thing.
And do you know where he acquired these pieces of the uniform?
He told me that he got them from Sean McLeod.
And you said he told you that. And you mean the perpetrator?
Yes.
Okay. Did you ever ask Sean McLeod that?
No.
And did you see the uniform directly at the time the perpetrator told you this?
Yes.
Okay. What about the handcuffs he had in his possession?
He said he got those from Sean too.
And do you recall when? See her there.
Yeah.
Wow, I can't believe how distracted I must. I miss things when I'm streaming. It's difficult for me to focus, but I mean, this is unbelievable. How did I miss this? Maybe it's just because it was in my head that what's going on here? That this whole corrections uniform.
Me that he got them from Sean McLeod.
And you said he told you that. And you mean the perpetrator?
Yes.
Okay. Did you ever ask?
Well, clearly I'm not. I'm not the only one who missed this.
Holster kind of thing.
And do you know where he acquired these pieces of the uniform?
He told me that he got them from Sean.
Okay, so she's saying that she's describing the holster, the Sam Brown, the leather holster, the brown one, that she got a Sam Brown from him. What?
Okay, so the hat and the pants, anything else?
He had like a brown leather holster, like a gun holster kind of thing.
And do you know where he acquired these pieces of the uniform?
He told me that he got them from Sean McLeod.
That's a Sam Brown. That's a Sam Brown she's talking about. The dress, old, whatever, 38 balls, whatever they used to have. Pea shooter. Well, not pea shooter, but your reaction was that you didn't buy it. Huh? 157 from your stream. I'm failing because you've posted this before. From your stream, your reaction was that you didn't buy it. I didn't buy it? Well, I didn't buy it. Why would I buy it? Am I missing what you're saying? No, Sam Brown is the dress. A Sam Brown is a dress. Sam Brown. Oh, spelled with an E. Oops. Background on the Sam Brown. The Sam Brown. Oh, fuck. Yeah. The Sam Brown. That's their belt and gun holster that they wear for a dress uniform. You know, like the one. Wasn't the Sam Brown up in behind the welding shop? As in, you didn't believe it. Oh, I said that during the stream? I don't even remember. Well, I frankly, I don't believe. I don't believe a lot she says. I mean, I don't even know. Are they just trying to frame Sean up, or like now I'm really confused? Or did Sean honestly give him this stuff, and she's saying things she shouldn't be saying? I don't know. This is fucked up, man. Okay, I'm sorry.
I'm holding out of it. Big white, look like a cake box that you would eat. It was like a black pant.
Okay, can you describe?
Yeah, that's what's over in behind the welding shop, McDonald's welding shop. Ugh. Fuck. Yeah, it's part of the red surge. Sam Brown. Think we hear so much we tend to forget a lot. Yeah. Well, and I am really like when I stream, that's why I can't go through comments, and I'm not as fun loving, whatever the fuck that is.
Also had elements from a duty uniform. Those ones?
It was like a black pant with the yellow stripe going down the side, a beige long sleeve shirt, and he had a hat, like it was in a big white, looked like a cake box that you would open up, and this hat was inside of it.
Okay, so the hat and the pants, anything else?
He had like a brown leather holster, like a gun holster kind of thing.
And do you know where he acquired these pieces of the uniform?
He told me that he got them from Sean McLeod.
And you said he told you that, and you mean the perpetrator?
Yes.
Okay. Did you ever ask Sean McLeod that?
No.
And did you see the uniform directly at the time the perpetrator told you this?
Yes.
Okay. What about the handcuffs he had in his possession?
He said he got those from Sean too.
And do you recall when?
Probably around the same time he got the uniform. I can't recall.
Do you have a rough estimation recollection of when that was?
No. Sorry.
Okay, and what did he do with the duty uniform pieces?
He had it in his closet.
His closet where?
And at the cottage.
Okay.
Well, the fire suit stuff, and where's that coming from? Is that CSI? I had to dig back and find that one. The CSI guy. The quote. Well, he says decals and stuff. Who says uniforms? Oh, she talks about okay, sorry to interrupt.
Did he ever wear them?
When he first got them and I had gone to the cottage, he said, look what I got from Sean. And he put the uniform on to show me, and then he took it off, and then he put it in the closet.
And why would he have?
He collected, sorry.
No, I mean, so like, why did he have this? Do you
He
understand?
collected things. Like my whole life with Gabriel was, with him is, my whole life with Gabriel was, with him is.
Sorry, don't mind me if I'm watching, because this is watching through different eyes, right? I'm watching the sisters and stuff. There's a reaction there that was interesting. Plus, Lisa's acting like she's jumping the queue. Sorry.
My whole life.
Did he have this?
He collected things. Like my whole life
Right there.
with Gabriel was, with him is.
Why is
My whole
Janice
life with
doing
Gabriel
that?
was, with things. Like my whole life with Gabriel was, with him is he would collect things, motorbikes, cars, uniforms, boats, like food, toilet paper, like bulk stuff. And as unnormal as that is, that was normal to me because that's my whole life with him. If that makes sense.
Did he have any other uniforms?
He had a firefighter uniform. He had a bus uniform. I think that was it.
And do you know where he got those uniforms?
One, I think, was from my nephew, and one was from my brother.
Those are the fire uniforms and the transit uniforms.
Yes.
Okay. So what about the handcuffs? What did he do with the handcuffs?
I think
The bus thing with her brother, that was interesting how that all came about. He didn't used to have a LinkedIn, then all of a sudden, boom, he had a LinkedIn. Everything that her brother said was redacted. Everything at the beginning was a bit spooky. Not her.
they were in the nightstand, I think. And then he had them in the nightstand, and then I remember him seeing them over at the warehouse.
And did he ever use them prior to April 18, 2020?
He wanted to put one on me so I know what it feels like, and I'm like, no, I don't want that on me.
So he wanted to put the handcuffs on you before April 18th, but it didn't happen?
No,
Did he ever use them on anybody else?
not that I know of.
Okay. And why did you understand he had those items?
There was no reason for it. Again, he collected things, so it didn't matter. Like, I didn't care about that stuff. So whatever he did is what he did when it came to buying stuff. It didn't matter to me. It didn't, I wasn't interested in that. So I didn't really, I don't know.
Okay. Did the perpetrator ever mention anything about his father having collected police uniforms when he was a child?
No,
So that's not something he ever spoke about?
no, not to me.
Okay. And did you ever worry that he might use these uniforms to sort of impersonate a police officer or to hurt or exploit others?
No,
Okay. And at this point, Ms. Banfield, he's got a replica cruiser, a fake badge, and some pieces of a uniform. Were you concerned that he may impersonate a police officer?
I can't see him doing, like, no.
Okay. Why not? You started to answer there, and I'm interested to hear what you have to say.
I don't understand why anybody would. So in my comprehension, I think, why would somebody do that? So I would believe that he wouldn't, but I never really, and honestly, I never really thought that he would go out and wear that out anywhere. So I didn't, yeah.
I was reading through the Bruce Gilmore interview. Somebody in here is cops. I would definitely, somebody. There's cops. Not agents, not CIs. There's cops. There's always been cops. Bruce Gilmore, the the Mercedes dealer. They bought a demo. I mean, it was a 300E. Everybody talks like it's an expensive car. 300E is a piece of junk. It's a junk model. And it was a demo to boot. Like, you got millions of dollars, but you buy a demo. I don't know. I guess to each their own. But what's he saying here? So when is he dressed up in this one? I can't remember. Some of the answers were a bit odd. But it was January. That the car was fully marked up. And remember, and then they did they walk that back or something? But it's already got the decals on it in January, which doesn't seem to fit. Well, yes, of course. Of course. You know, that because that happens all the time. But they've got so much chum in the water. Sorting through what is what? Difficult, but there's cops in this one. This is where they say, and like I said, like we said before the tape turned on, this isn't a whodunit, right? We understand exactly who the perpetrator was. Ouch. Really? You know that? Dwayne? This is Dwayne who was trying to get in contact with Fitbit? Ooh, okay. Not sure I'm buying that one. Everyone knows who did it. Is relevant to the commission, the RCMP at the time. So he's got the... He can't definitively answer whether they have the radio equipment in there or not. Console. So he's already got the... This isn't going to match up with his FinTrack orders, I don't think. So when I was reading it, there's something in here that caught my eye that I have to go back and check. It's something to do with the date on the car. But I was going down that road because there was the... oh, fuck, no, I'm out of cigarettes. There was the... oh, yeah, everybody's doing a little pep talks off the camera or off the recorder. This one, actually, they say there's a backup being recorded. I find that very interesting, too. They usually like to have a problem. Oh, sorry, the recorder fouled up. Oh, oops. And it was January 30th, late in the day. They can't walk this one back because they tried then, wasn't it? They tried to say, oh, it was spring or summer or some balls, but he has the work order. So it was January 30th, and it was already deckled. And, or was it just, of course, I've always felt it just was a real car to begin with. Full-blown RCMP car. I didn't see the front of the car because of the passenger window down. So I was just talking to him through the window, looking through the car. But looking at the car, it had a full-blown light bar, totally emblazoned with what looked like to me very real RCMP decals. Now, I don't think that's going to match the FinTrack orders. It's got the barf seat in the back. The console. The silent patrolman. Oh, it's a hobby. You know, it's known that I'm doing this. He obviously said that people were aware that he was doing it. Everybody knows. It was just a date discrepancy I want to explore a little bit. Okay. Last year, we had a car registered to him in both Lisa Banfield. Ah, I see. Okay. I'm thinking the date I saw it was January 2020. I heard that it definitely had a car way before. They're trying to say summertime. I heard two. The LinkedIn count. Well, and there was another piece to that, Tara. Just remember where some things are coming from. Did you say this was January 2019 originally? Anyway, leave that with me. Let's just keep going with what she's saying. So Jillian says a police badge.
What did you think? It was a lot of gas, money, and fire, or a mock or
I'm sure that I was somehow able to, I remember that. There was the business about that it might be an EHS badge or some other ball, some other kind of badge. And then it was definitively said, well, that's yes, but no, it was another badge. And so, okay, so let's see. Does she say anything else about pants?
pants. Sean McLeod worked at Correction. a yellow stripe down the leg of the pants. Okay. Given that, are you certain that there was a stripe down the leg of these pants?
Yes.
My understanding is that Sean McLeod was shorter than the perpetrator by a fair measure. Is that accurate?
Yes. Yes.
Okay. And that consequently, he wouldn't have, unlikely that he would have fit into Sean McLeod's pants. Does that at all change your recollection about where the perpetrator got the RCMP?
All I know is what G told me, and that's what he told me. So that's what I thought.
And are you sure that it was an RCMP uniform and not a Corrections Canada uniform?
I don't know what a Corrections Canada uniform looks like, but it was black with the stripes and a beige shirt.
And was it your understanding that?
Well, I don't know. Maybe she has color issues because the pants are I guess they could be, the RCMP pants are a dark blue, very dark navy blue, and the shirt, though, the shirt is definitely not. She's saying it's beige. Like, she'd have to be really colorblind because that's like robin blue. Is drastically different. No sound? Sound's gone?
To Sean McLeod?
No.
Okay. I also want to go back to your evidence from this morning about the perpetrator getting an RCMP duty uniform from Sean McLeod. Now, I just want to explore a couple things. So my understanding is that Sean McLeod worked at Corrections Canada, and that the Corrections Canada uniforms do not have a yellow stripe down the leg of the pants. Okay. Given that, are you certain that there was a stripe down the leg of these pants?
Yes.
My understanding is that Sean McLeod was shorter than the perpetrator by a fair measure. Is that accurate?
Yes. Yes.
Okay. And that consequently, he wouldn't have, unlikely that he would have fit into Sean McLeod's pants. Does that at all change your recollection about where the perpetrator got the RCMP?
All I know is what G told me, and that's what he told me. So that's what I thought.
And are you sure that it was an RCMP uniform and not a Corrections Canada uniform?
I don't know what a Corrections Canada uniform looks like, but it was black with the stripes and a beige shirt.
And was it your understanding that the uniform was something that Sean McLeod had worn personally?
No.
It was. Then what was your understanding?
My understanding is G asked him to get him a uniform.
Okay. You mentioned Peter earlier, and I don't know if this is the same Peter or a different Peter, but I wanted to ask you a bit about.
Which of course makes sense. I don't think you necessarily, if you have access to it, doesn't mean it necessarily, it has to be his uniform. If he has access to uniforms, I'm sure he can get a different size one. Harpies. Yeah. Wow. Okay. I'm not sure even what to make of any of this stuff. Thoughts? Any? Hi, Judy. No thoughts. No thoughts. All right. Well, let's plow ahead. Peerless handcuffs in there. I don't know how they got that from what she said. So obviously they're just discovering things in her statement now all of a sudden, which is a bit of a new move. October 15th. This is for confirmation of the RCMP cruiser. Did I do this one yet? Okay, this is the GPS data for the only known cruiser with a push bar, 26B18. Okay, so that GPS data is now out. Darlene McEachran's notes, I have looked at some of it. That's 45 comes up. They decided to go to 45 right away on the 20th, but avoided on the 19th, which I found very interesting. Okay. Mass casualty indicated that she was the person as ident who called OCC at 1:39 and spoke to Rehill. Well, that's awfully early, isn't it? 1:39 a.m. Ident is phoning. Okay. Jeff McFarlane, Northeast MCU. Haven't read that. Updated. Mass casualty supplementary report regarding perpetrators' access to radios, use, knowledge of radios, blah, blah, blah. This is IMT's goop that they were building the story. They were honestly building the story, and it got foiled. But Motorola, they obviously don't care. You get the same type of thing with Motorola. They don't go after Motorola very much. They just kind of send a few emails. Eritam, paragraph 582, discovery of warehouse Taurus. Paragraph 5, and the note below paragraph 82 says the burnt out Taurus of the perpetrator did not appear to have been located by ERT members prior to 4:35 on April 19th, as discussed in the paragraph 96. ERT foundational document. The statement is incorrect after closer review of handwritten notes of Constable Trent Milton. It appears that ERT members, in fact, located the burnt Taurus at the warehouse between 3 and 4. Darren Campbell's affidavit. I can't remember what it says. Paragraph 5 and 82. Time of communication at the warehouse. Yeah, totally true about that. They're spinning so much stuff out here. Well, they say they're both. You can't have both. They've got Smith & Wessons and Peerless cuffs. So you can't. I think somebody made a foul up when they were writing the script. So now they're kind of saying that the car might be over towards 120. The old guy who had the, I don't know. And they couldn't ever definitively confirm right away because he's like, it's so melted. How would I possibly tell? Yes, Robin's stinky hands are all over a lot of things. Firearms. Got another one. This is as of September 6th. No, it's as of today. Addendum, the SIT report to replace task ID 3, paragraph 134. All surviving deceased families have agreed to attend meetings with CTH Division Senior. No, you missed. Tara's not the only one either. Now I found another one. These will be set up as soon as possible. Smaller groups of families respecting COVID, blah, blah, blah. The BAU, BAU, something unit, behavioral analyst unit, provided a final draft psychological autopsy, 62 pages length. This document insightful regarding Wortman. Okay, well, that was doctor in quotation marks, a whole bunch of inside goo. That was a total bullshit sham. Initial review, thanks to IMT and the center for that one. Initial review of Wortman's Portapic email live conversation between he and Banfield, James Banfield, where Wortman provides him a list of a lot of ammunition he wants Banfield to purchase because Wortman, he can't go to the States now. Quote, unquote. No problem there. Just purchase ammunition for somebody. That's not trafficking. No, not at all. Anybody can say that with a straight face. Any judge. I don't know. There's going to be a lot of review stuff, I think, going down after this. A lot of, also on Portapic Live email address, and plus definitively that does not say, how does an email address say that it is his? Portapic.live. How many people live in Portapic? Do you have him on webcam or something? Does his girlfriend have his password? Likely, yeah. Also, email address sent pictures, RCMP card to friends to complete with decals and light bar on July 26, 2019. CERT was consulted this week as part of ongoing investigation, specifically in relation to Constable Stevenson's scene. Don't understand how that got removed from CERT. Support that she exchanged, where evidence continues to support that she exchanged gunfire with Wortman. Bang. That's a CERT investigation. That does not go back to RCMP. The FBI's review of Henry Don Dematis, something, this week yielded information about a male from Massachusetts tried to purchase a Colt 5.56 rifle before Neil Gallivan. Okay, and he got busted lying a whole bunch. Did so in April 2019. Also, gun show in Maine. Sales to people outside the state are not allowed. Denied. Dematis picked Wortman out of a photo lineup. First tried to purchase this rifle. Oh, so they went to the gun show together. I thought that Didn't know that part. Okay, FBI is waiting for transcripts, HDiv, MCU statements taken in Maine to review contemplation of charges in U.S. Sean Conlog or Neil Galvan for lying. And the U.S. said they would not charge anybody. Last continues to drafting general warrants for Wortman's Amazon passwords. Ask Lisa. Colchester members working between June and August 2013 were asked to physically check their notebooks. Contact with Brenda Forbes complained that she may have reported to RCMP. Constable Maxwell found minimal notes July 6, 2013, which are believed to be related to the complaint described by Forbes. Constable Maxwell remembers this Saturday morning complaint as Forbes describing Wortman as acting aggressively in the neighborhood and that she and others were afraid of him. Constable Maxwell does not remember Forbes reporting a domestic and recalls complaint about Forbes herself. Seems consistent. Constable Maxwell remembers Forbes did not outline the actions that he felt constituted a criminal offense, and he made 2 attempts to talk to Wortman, which were negative, and concluded the file. Checks of purged pros files show them reporting no domestics July 6, 2013. There was a call that day at 1000 hours of a cause of disturbance. Follow-up is being conducted, second member with Constable Maxwell. There are over 1,500 tasks on ENR 3.5. 3.5 interviews continue to be tasked to investigate material on ongoing basis. Sit reps will now be submitted twice a week, Tuesdays, Fridays be slowed, plus there is there is less to report on a daily basis. Significant events warrant immediate reporting will be reported the same day. Tip line is yielding very few calls. Investigators still offering victim services to witnesses as they are interviewed. That's just a ploy to figure out who knows what. And probably, I would say, influence. H Division, Stratcoms, ongoing. Last continues to draft judicial authorities, liaise with CBSA. Okay, so that's Howerluck. Members at IAT interview assist team, DCAS, FIS, last, guns. It's got everything in here pretty much. And many other units still assisting updates, blah, blah, blah. Angela McKay. Okay. Have a good night, Tara. Okay. To replace citation to task ID 3, paragraph 134. Paragraph 3. DNA P613 on the casing matches known sample Jolene Oliver. Is to be replaced by what? Huh? I'm missing something here. To replace citation 2, task ID 3, paragraph 184. Okay. I guess we need task ID 3. It's in the foundational documents. The following paragraphs are to be added. Ammunition. RCMP overview states that Brian Brewster and James Banfield purchased ammunition for a perpetrator approximately 1 month before at the request of Lisa Banfield. Ms. Banfield asked her brother and brother-in-law to acquire ammunition for the perpetrator's firearms at the direction of the perpetrator. Ms. Banfield then picked up the ammunition. Okay, to make the request, pick it up. Who paid? From Mr. Banfield, paid them for it. Oh, okay. So she purchased it, picked it up, and requested it. Sounds like it's hers, not his. Oops. Note more information on Lisa Banfield's relationship, including details about intimate partner violence, coercive control she experienced in that relationship can be found. Okay. In a statement, April 19th, Brian Brewster told the RCMP he purchased 223 ammunition at Canadian Tire Sackville. He said that he provided Lisa Banfield the ammunition for the perpetrator, I believe it was multiple times too. RCMP's investigation confirmed RBC debit card used to purchase 2 boxes. We're talking about a lot more than that. Existing paragraph 1 will become paragraph 203. Okay, so they're inserting more stuff. Task ID will be deleted. Paragraph 178. And chart of Frank and Dawn. I wonder if there is such a beast as the task ID 3. Okay. Alert ready. No addenda. Addenda. Today. Emails to and from Constable Milton regarding the technical problems with ATAC. Okay, I think that's this tracking program they use for each other. Trying to figure out phones. Once that can be ironed out. Adding new certs. To be clear, I get the certs reset. Will you be sending to all 6 devices? As for the cert on the Tough Book, when is this? Oh, November. Okay. April 16th. Are they using the Tough Book on the 19th? Text messages from so those are all the ATAC stuff is all technical complaints. Mass casualty will with screen captures. of text messages to and from RCMP member Travis Gallant. Identities of other parties in the conversations are not clear. How is that not clear? What, do they have problems reading or subpoenaing? Oh, I see. That would be why. Well, I would say ask for the screen before that. Like the contact. Remember, SOC is likely listening to everything being communicated. Well, that wouldn't really be possible with the radio setup he had, unless he had a real radio. That's probably likely. Following errors, RCMP urged foundational document to come to the attention. Paragraph 45. ATAC, special terms ATAC described as Android Team Awareness Kit. Instead should be Android Tactical Assault Kit. 5 houses misspelled. Special terms clear is defined as tactical walkthrough of an area or building. Be more accurate definition is a methodical and tactical approach for entering room, building, or other area while checking and neutralizing any threats to safety of those entering that space. Okay. Command post. Wow, yum. Today, sandwiches. Yes, I suspect it's Dorrington's thing. The guy at the Fishers had a limp. Okay, interesting. He says, let me see. I believe Millbrook might be fake video. I think a lot of stuff actually might not be quite as portrayed. Heavily fixed, I would say, anyways. Corrected RCMP command post, foundational document, originally exhibited inadvertently contained personal information that should be redacted. The exhibit, because you're too busy calling things personal information that isn't, and redacting that. The exhibited document should be withdrawn from the record. Corrected RCMP command post, operations communication center command decisions will be tendered into evidence. The only difference is Lisa Banfield's birth date. Oh, okay. 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 Letter from Lori Ward to Rachel Young. RCMP emails. GW check receipt dummy. Oh, this was a question I had. What the fuck was that thing? I don't even understand that address. Doesn't make any sense. But it's way above my pay grade, as they would say. Tech stuff I don't understand. Okay, so dummy email address. You requested explanation about the email. GW check underscore receipt dot dummy underscore domain dot dummy underscore host. asked it would be possible to identify the actual recipients of these emails. We have consulted our client RCMP. They in turn engaged information service colleagues who advise the issue appears to have originated with the utilities used to save emails group-wise. Okay. Email accounts, question related, the substituted long GW string identified by your team, recipient of impacted messages in place of the actual email recipients. So, okay, can you provide the list? This information, IT team attempted to replicate the issue, but was unsuccessful. Oh. As such, they have been unable to diagnose the problem. The issue did not occur with all emails saved, and they were unable to identify the pattern. Yes, it appears on Addie's email. Oh, okay, good. Ooh, I think they were watching. Interesting. Okay, because I think I said the same questions, 2 questions in the same video. Identified 2 impacted emails. The personal email account. Are they going to get into the personal email account? Adam account from his RCMP email address. The recipient was Chris Leather. Addie sends an email to himself from a different time zone. Okay, that never made sense. Handwritten notes of Janice Gray. Oh. But I thought we had that. What's going on now? 7 megabytes. Okay, so this was what they had out before. It looks familiar. So they must have removed some redactions. Let's see here. Is it 2, 3 in her case? Wait a second. There's a lot of missing pages elsewhere. But let's leave that alone. Okay, let's see. I can just zip through it on another screen and I'll be able to tell you what's changed. No, that's not what I want. Not her interview. What? Oh, fuck. Where's her notes? I definitely don't have these memorized, so. Discussion Morrison going to hospital, New Glasgow. Fed crops officer, Sidhu. So is this replaced, or is this, maybe this is an old, because they're keeping a running tally, it's possible. I'll have to look through at another point. Is it 51382? I think it might be an older one. 27 pages. That seems right. Nope, no, I lost the screen. There we go. With you guys on it. Okay. What's happening? Sorry, I'm just buzzing around. Mass casualty interview with Sean Stanton. He appears a lot of places. I don't believe I've read that either. Probably pretty good. These guys union rep in there. Oops. What happened here? Pepin. Staff Sergeant Pepin, J Division. Risk Manager. Corporal Jarrett McDonald interview. Okay, read that one the other day. That's with Dustine going. Oh, big problem over there. 1819 compilation of superintendent notes. Electronic. Of course, not working. Compiled from various sources. Fairly short. And a Darren's day and how it came about. Or days. No, Archie. Response to MCU's coming in so early. Wow. $325. Calls already going out to Dan. I don't know terribly much about Chubbs. I'm familiar with the name, but I don't know very much. Dan doesn't come till quite a bit later. Outgoing text, Chris just got off phone with West, 6 dead at this point. How do you know a domestic? There are 2 people at the hospital, a male and a female. Mm. Roddy and Edinger show up at 9 to 10. Oh, I think Roddy was a lot more in the loop than maybe been led to understand. Funny, there's no mention of a cop car yet. Wow. That's pretty fast. 10:50, incoming text, Dustin Roddy, member shot. Speedy. Tell me fast on the texting. Or Sealy. I'm sure that there's an interesting recruiting file. Okay. I like that notation. Recruiting file. Where's that? Recruiting file. Wouldn't it be an application? HRP plain clothes. Interesting. Yeah. Bum. Bum and Baldy. Well, Bum for sure. He got ID'd by somebody quite early. Halifax. PDS Craig Hubley. He nodded yes. Oh. Yeah. But she didn't get transported to the hospital, Katie. Or she wasn't a patient. She was assessed at the scene, attended the hospital. The hard body armor and soft body armor had been removed on Heidi? Maybe when the ambulance came? I don't know. The radio was all over the road. Oh, well, that's nice. Joey's in the car, of course, just like everywhere you can see. They all knew about it. Oh, okay. Wait. There we go. There's 3 different types of casings down in Shubenacadie. But it wasn't pistols like they've tried to paint. No. And there's a lady who has pictures from down there with rifles and somebody on the ground. Two suspects with rifles and somebody on the ground. That doesn't, and rifles, both of them. Right, okay. I spoke privately to Staff Sergeant Steve Halliday, blank. Tried to reassure him as best as I could. Okay. Pepper. There's Pepper. When okay, got call, please advise. When okay, for call, please advise. See? 533, incoming from Dustine Rodier. There we go. 45. There's another 45. 533. 2 to 3 more at another residence. 2, maybe 3 more at another residence. There's something at 45. There was 2 confirmed at 46 long before that. Long before that, and she knew that. She was on the radio right away. Another 3-hour gap. Terry Brown could remember Heidi Stevenson's name at MCC. Could remember, but they refer to her. Couldn't remember. Interesting. Well, they would hear his name a lot. It is kind of sad. All his members are just standing around getting snacks for 3 hours. Maybe it's beer. Beer and sandwiches. Supplementary report. Involvement. Portapic. Okay, this is the new copy of the interactions. Ooh. Some of this stuff I've seen before. Okay, yeah, this is Buggy, who's off the radar. Andy's balls notes. Solarino, who apparently wasn't on, but may have been on. I shouldn't laugh. It's very sad. Spelling. They don't even know anybody's names. Oh, that's good. They were able. Yes, Archie. Good that you could figure that out. Brian is misspelled here. Isn't it BRYNNE, Brian? They miss Inspector Darren Smith? I don't know that name. Anybody know that name? Okay. Truro Police Services. Wow. Really? Still doing stuff? Deputy Chief Hearn. Interview. Letter from Charles A. Thompson to Stephen Henkel. Retranscript of interview Deputy Chief Hearn. Letter from Charles A. Thompson to Elizabeth Montgomery. Corporal Edward Cormier. Okay, so he answered questions from afar because something's going on with him. Oh, I'm going to have to remember to put spaces because they misspelled Donna Lee's name everywhere. And I think even in my great spelling. Okay. RCMP Public Communications. Updated today. Regis Dudley. Okay, that's... And Archie's handwritten notes. Oh, I don't think I've seen that. Nope. $10.50. MCU in place. Whew. Wow. $120. 4 subjects confirmed deceased. At $120. Regarding witnesses. 5:15. Holiday gave his writing is not the Janice Gray discussed 746 Inspector Rob Bell replacing Steve Halliday. There seems to be something going on with Steve Halliday. Steve Halliday advised by phone that witnesses is able to something. The shooter marked PC. Maybe mobile. Information overload. Darren Smith is former military Inspector Truro. Okay. Steve was busy. Jesus. Stuff is difficult. And the boss. Tam. Donnelly's name misspelled. Email CC. Email sent to Leah Scanlon. Copy Regis Dudley. Is he out? I think he's maybe janged. Approved by Steve Halliday. Tweet approval. In fact, copied Glenn Dudley, not Regis Dudley. No, too much. Maybe they're, of course, couldn't be that they're be related. They're possible, right? There's no nepotism going on anywhere over in that neck of the woods. Glenn Mason notes that mass casualty were basically on a data dump of his phone that he received after shared services in Montreal, and the times recorded are therefore in Eastern time. As a result, the first call he received from Michael Bennett appears to be approximately 11:15. Well, why would that? Doesn't make sense. He received from shared services in Montreal. It marks it based on your phone. Anyway, air support updated today. Okay, Langolier suspect arrested. Okay, this is the military update 2. Contains information requesting air support through JRCC and JTFA. Email chain tendered into evidence. RCMP Air Services Branch Control Manual. Mass Casualty Investigation Supplementary Report, the availability of air support. I haven't gone into that at all, really. Donnelly Wilston. Oh, no. 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 All right. Wasn't supposed to close that window. Oh, we're getting there. Halifax and Halifax District RCMP. 911 call from CSI. Okay. Interesting to note that the CSI 911 call came in way after, or what appears to be not way after, but quite a bit after, and the mention of the 50 caliber. Rodney Peterson swears to in an affidavit. So I'd just say that's probably something else going on there. They knew about the 50 caliber and sniper rifles beforehand. Where they knew it from? Not exactly sure. Don Clancy, former manager of Integrated Emergency Services. Former manager, I guess no longer. Janice Banfield interview. Not sure, is that a new one? I know some of you are far more up to speed on that. 59004. May 26th interview. There's another one 4 days later. May 30th. 59032. HRP Critical Incident Command After Action Report. That's probably got some interesting stuff. Staff Sergeant Dwayne Kelly. Handwritten notes of Peter McCarran. Handwritten notes of Alicia Lowe. Responses by Dan Kinsella. Okay, so they give him the pre-scripted goo. And then he had some questions very recently also that they sent him. Old interviews. Okay. Paragraph 22, airtams, de-integration of MCU. Paragraph 22 reads, in addition to sharing patrol duties with HRM, HRP, and Halifax District RCMP, share a number of specialized, quote, integrated units. For example, major crime occurs, downtown Halifax Central District, both HRP and RCMP members. A major crime unit may assist with investigation despite the fact that RCMP generally do not patrol within that district. In Chief Kinsella's questions, he indicated that MCU was de-integrated from HRP in 2021, although they share the same building. Okay, I don't think that's anything new. This is a nice way to say that we got the boot. HRP Watch Commander. I don't want to make it sound nasty, though. HRP Watch Commander's report, just like the, what is it, non-voting? HRP Watch Commander's report to Patrol Division, paragraph 25. Patrol Divisional Commander for their geographic district, a position typically held by the officer and rank inspector above. Written responses to questions. Chief Kinsella said HRP Commander, Watch Commander reports to the Central Division Commander during business hours directly, and then to duty officer outside of business hours and operational matters. 911 call taking and dispatch. No alterations. TMR2. Of course there's alterations. Where's the GPS off it, please? Today. Oh, here we have at least we're getting closer. September 13th. Of course, it's ongoing as of today. Addendum. Following paragraphs are to be amended. The seated radio program created to ensure volunteer public safety community, including volunteer fire departments, ground search and rescue organizations, and municipal emergency management organizations were not included for our new province-wide radio system. Every volunteer fire department receives 2 or 3 TMR radios. Volunteer fire departments were also a medical first response agencies that received TMR radios. Okay, so that looks like they need to cross out, make a change there. Okay, so they got the wrong department on the second one. A little bit more, well, it's a really big range. $2,000 to $10,000 for a TMR2 radio. TMR2 has, okay, let's see what this is. Has the ability to have GPS enabled portables. However, okay, and I was talking to somebody and they absolutely concurred. And I think they know. They said 100% don't believe that horse shit. TMR2 has GPS down there. They're from there. They know it. However, it is not just a matter of turning on the function of the portable radio for this to be used. For example, the software used by various computer-aided dispatch systems must be developed to work with these radios. Is this nice garbage? In addition to radio network, in contrast with cellular network, it is not designed for this type of data. So using GPS on portable radios would be limited to specific situations that such as officer safety. No, they use it. They all know. The province also maintains the predecessor radio network, which is completely independent of the TMR system. This radio is transport layers, uses microwave based. Okay. Do you think they will remove info to the addendum or airtime, or will they put new ones out? I think that's all they do. I think they put in information as they go. And anytime they put something in, or maybe every time they update one, oh no, I did it again. Okay, we'll try this one. That would be my read, but because there seems to be older stuff, and somebody was saying, are they living documents that just keep changing? Yeah. The investigation just keeps getting written. So, okay. Family seeking next of kin notifications. What is the alterations that possibly could be here? So I would say that the date probably that's listed is the last date that they've thrown something in, September 9th, I think. Like they change. But whenever they add anything to one of them, I think they all just go to the 15th or whatever the day is. Affidavit of Dana Bowden, Director of Victim Services, Justice, Department of Justice. Okay, well, usually if they're swearing out an affidavit, they're getting pretty squirrely about something. Approved counselors, Western Region. Approved list of counselors, Cape Breton. That was interesting to know who is the response to subpoena served July 1st, 2022 on victim services counseling program. The amount spent for non-mass casualty victims through the criminal injuries counseling program and other money spent. Services, I'd like to know how much they spent entirely. Affidavit of Lindsay Dennis, Coordinator of Investigations with Medical Examiner. Maybe there's Lindsay Oh, Lindsay. I've heard really good things about her. Maybe some very good things in that. Affidavit of Shauna Curley, Investigations, Coordinator Investigations, Nova Scotia Mass Casualty. Don't know anything about her. So they're all swearing out affidavits. And then you got Eveline. Is that Eveline Gallant? Control Shift T brings up your last closed tab. What about window? I won't remember it, but paragraph 19 says the transcript of Megan Netsky's interview is calm. Oh, do you see they did it again? They added another 50,000 to the document number. Oh, no, this one they actually legitimately changed right out. This was 3911 to 59,008. Wow. Okay. Don't know how you get a typo COM 0056-205 suddenly becomes COM 0053-501. They're just changing numbers. Interesting to see probably what they're citing. I'm not going to because it's just getting late, but I could check one. This it does that too. Control-Shift-T. Control-Shift-T. Okay. Well, I'll try and remember that. What is this one? Oh, victim services, right? Okay. Let's just see. We'll just pick one of those three and see what they're citing. Really hope that there's not. Oh, there might be actually alterations to other stuff here in the list. Paragraph. Let's do the middle one. Paragraph 20. Oh, we're going to do it in order. Let's see. Paragraph 19 discusses McDonald traveling to Cobequid Court, 446. And the citation they provide to that is 3911. And they want to change that one. What? Megan Netsky. Huh? That's not even in here. Okay. Yeah, this doesn't follow. Okay. I'm not sure what's going on over there. Support services for families. Oh, gosh, they can't even get that one right. Oh, sorry, that was the one I just did. Apologies. Public communications from RCMP governments after mass casualty. No, they're okay with that. They're okay with violence against perpetrators' family of origin. Okay, so, do you think they'd be digging up a lot of stuff of violence? Let's see if this one does. Oh, okay. Here we go. 2 pages, not very much. You should have a lot of violence, a lot of people. You've got Constable John McMinn's answers to questions. And some errors. The bulletin. Do you recall speaking to Poirier? Yes. Do you recall speaking to Poirier about conversations with Greg Wiley and his request of Greg Wiley about investigation? I have no specific recall of Poirier about the exchange with Wiley. Regarding threat complaint he had in 2010. However, I do recall telling Wiley that Sergeant Poirier wanted him to call. Densmore. Okay. Yeah. All right. So there really can't seem to find anything violence-wise. Oh, here's Miriam. Here's Miriam. Lisa DeLong, misspelt name. Misspelt of Miriam's name. And Miriam's a resident, or was resident, down in Portapique on Portapique Crescent. Also, police in the policing field. Yeah. Conversation. I do feel terribly for her deceased husband, though. And so thereby feel badly for her. Conversation between Constable McMinn and Poirier. Following sentence, Constable McMinn advised Poirier that he would follow up with Wiley and then contact Poirier. At page 4, Constable McMinn's written answers, McMinn stated the following: I don't recall that I would, telling Poirier that I would call him back. I recall telling him that I would pass along to Wiley, which I did. Okay, so it's over on Wiley, I guess. Okay, so let's see. Oh, really? Now I was feeling a little bit dozy. That wakes me right up. I'm shocked. Perpetrator's violence towards his common law spouse. Additions, alterations, 0. Like, this is your whole premise of the whole premise of your investigation, the whole motive, and you have nothing to add. But you can't even get the victim services shit right. But you have 0 to add. There's something this story doesn't work. Perpetrators' financial misdealings. Oh, they have addenda to that too. We've got chart of payments. Nova Scotia Department of Community Services to Atlantic Denture. Letter from Nova Scotia Justice Legal Department to Mass Casualty dated August 19th, 2022, with the chart of payments. Between 2015 and 2020. And then some errors. Page 43, the Department of Community Services paid to Atlantic Denture between 2015 and 2020 in relation to denture services by patients receiving provincial employment as approximately 434, rounded down, should be about approximately 435,000. Well, that's splitting hairs. Okay. I guess it sounds nicer. Citation, paragraph 23 discusses FAMG. Okay, not sure what that is. Accounting report commissioned by the RCMP, the citation typographical error. Instead of Public Works and Government Services Canada evaluation of FinTrack, it should read the citation Public Works and Government Services evaluation of FAMG. I don't know what FAMG is. Paragraph 43. Source of paragraph 43 cited Harley Ryan, Forensic Accounting. Okay, thank you. No spelling. It's the one they forget, right? They don't even have a spelling error. I guess, yeah. Make sure it's really clean, but they just don't have anything to add. Too bad. Haley Ryan. Okay, so that's CBC News. Haley. Some article I was reading about her the other day. Letter from Nova Scotia Department of Justice, which I didn't really have a lot of appreciation for, but anyway, okay. Now, please don't tell me that you're making additions in these. They do. I have seen some updates on these. Okay, it doesn't look like the supplementary reports are getting up. They do get updated, but you actually have to, the two that I've seen updated, you have to search them in the, or maybe they've moved them now. You have to, you'll get both copies. Time discrepancies. No, that doesn't happen at all. Everybody's phones, everything is working well in Nova Scotia. It's like the healthcare. Imagine if you took all that money and you sunk it into healthcare. Wow. Heard this horror story of a little girl down there who had a broken leg. Has to wait 2 weeks. I'm like, are you fucking kidding me? Nope. They gave her a set of crutches, told her to go home. They'll see her in 2 weeks. I'm like, they didn't even splint it? No. I'm like, oh my God. Little girl. It's a little girl. It's going to heal badly. They'll probably have to re-break it. Okay. God bless you all for dealing with that healthcare. Max, how are you doing, Max? Are you coming back, Max? Oh. Okay, policy documents. I don't think there's going to be any changes to any of this. This is just bunk. Probably some of it actually isn't, but I'm too much shit to go through. Okay, so there you go. Anything interesting? Terrible. 3 hours for an ambulance for someone had last week. Jesus. Quality is set low. Click on gear icon, changing setting. Fuzzy? Fuzzy stuff. Fuzzy stuff. Okay. People's problems. All right. Just going back here. Sex bots. Pretty exciting stuff. You're claiming the kids told them about the domestic. With his did they refer to Banfield by last name, or just a Lisa, or his girlfriend? I don't think they referred to the last name for sure, and I think it was just Lisa, his girlfriend, or something. Okay. I think I'm having a psychic feeling that there will be more documents to come. I would think, based on how much is outstanding, that's a fairly safe bet. So, as we can see, there is much. It's totally ongoing, even though they lied to everybody and basically made them feel like, yeah, we're done. We just need to write the final report. And also, if you need some help, you can call the helpline. think they just said the girlfriend. Yeah. The tale of two Lisas, isn't it? Off the cuff. Off the cuff? What's off the cuff? All right, 7 hours, 25 minutes. Hopefully they won't trim the videos. What are they covering up? Everything. Major crime. That's all I'll tell you. I don't know. Beyond that. Howdy. So cops questioning kids without adult guardians there. Interesting. But they knew, I think they knew that it was a domestic before. Bjorn stuff's got lots of spooky things in it. Help others when you can. That sounds like a good one. I like that. That's a good one. Okay. So thank you very much for joining me. Jeez, you guys are troopers. Even CSIS RCMP CSE bunk in here. You guys are troopers too. You got staying power. So hats off. And of course, God bless you all. We'll keep working. We'll keep working. I can't believe, I honestly can't believe I missed this stuff about Sean McLeod. I mean, and Lisa saying that stuff. It's going to take me a while to unravel, for sure. I don't distinct look for support ducks today. I didn't see them around yet very much. Well, kind of, yeah. Missed a lot, have a lot to move when I missed. Well, basically what you missed is just, I'd say the Sean piece, and see that if you want to get really into the deep of it, I guess I went through each one document. The Sean stuff, though, to me was news, and I don't know how I missed it, though. But Invasion says I did say something about I didn't believe it or something. And that this is all ongoing. Very much ongoing. Like, be rest assured, this is not even really tapered down. It's still going away full tilt. Okay. Well, then there you go. You probably don't have to listen to me babble. God bless you all. God bless the 23. I want to come back and do a couple of videos. Did you get back to me, oh dear, on that other thing? Sorry. I think you're saying you understood what I was saying. Very confusing. Oh, okay. It says over 5. Oh, is that the? Yeah. The update. Is that where Darren was saying that? Me. We have over 500 witnesses, and we've spoken to roughly half of them, or something. Isn't that what he said? Whatever. We've identified. It's somewhere in a document that it's tasks. What is this? is very short. Or sideways. Okay. Yeah. Anyway, there you go. I'm just. It's written on their update site. Yeah. Well, I did see the document you sent. I can bring it up. Oh, so they kept going with the same number? RCMP's behavioral analysis unit. Oh, great. That was a superstar move. Investigators have spoken with 500 witnesses and are continuing to conduct interviews. Some key people haven't even ever been spoken to. So, yeah, whatever. I somewhere I saw it was tasks or something, but maybe there is legitimacy. I don't know. I don't believe a word they say. RCMP released a picture of a dash cam traffic stop this week. Absolutely. They've had dash cams down there forever. Just like the TMR2 GPS. They have all of it. Trust me. Well, don't trust me. Never trust anybody. But the TMR2, they have GPS on every single member. They know exactly where they were that night. So even if you don't have a mobile workstation, they know where you are. And they certainly have dash cam. Okay. That will be that. God bless you all. God bless the 23.